Did they tell me?
Friends. It's good to see you. You look great.
We're going to reconvene the regularly scheduled board meeting for January 9th, 2020. Let's see. Too late. Dr. Phillips. Would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
He's trying to hide.
Okay, we'll go ahead and reconvene a minute with roll call. Trustee Alcala.
Here.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Here.
Vice President Pizzati. Here. I am present, and Trustee Wong will be out this evening as she's dealing with a family emergency. Announcement of vice actions taken in closed session. Government Section Code 54957, Public Employee Discipline Dismissal Release. Information received. Government Code section number E2, Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, pending or potential litigation. Information received. Okay, action or approval of the agenda.
President Jackson, if we can make a few revisions to the agenda. The district requests that we table agenda item P1, which is regarding the Amendment 3 to the existing MOU with the City of West Sacramento for joint use facilities, and we request that it be tabled until January 23rd. In addition, the board and the public have in front of them a revised classified recommendation to approve this evening on consent.
Additionally, I would like to pull consent agenda item 0.4.
Okay. Any other changes to the agenda? Do I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Oh, item J, communication celebrations. J1, school report, Westfield Village Elementary. Principal Koch.
Hopefully this is working. Sounds like it is. Good evening, President Jackson, Board, Superintendent Luna, and the public. My name is Krista Koch. I am the principal of Westfield Village, and this is my assistant, Jaime Avalar. We are here this evening to do our board report for Westfield Village. Horace Mann once said that education is the great equalizer in a democratic society. And if people are not given access to a quality education, then what we are doing is creating an underclass of people who will challenge our very way of life. What better LCAP goal emphasizes that quote than LCAP Goal 2, educational opportunities? We feel at Westfield Village that this year we have been given so many new educational opportunities and provided new educational opportunities for our scholars. And instead of me standing up here and explaining to you what all we have done, I have brought a team. My team will be explaining to you what it is that we have done at Westfield Village and how we are providing educational opportunities for all of our scholars on a daily basis. You're going to hear from Nancy Martin, our music director. It's our first. Last year we had 5 members of our band, and this year we have 35.
Wow.
So they will be here and they will be playing for you. After that, this year is our first year having sports. So Erin Sabatke is going to come up here and kind of share her experience being a coach and just showing and telling about our scholars having something that they have never had before in their whole entire lives. Sarah Barnes is going to come up and speak about an amazing trauma-informed care class. And we have a student from that class who's also going to give a very touching speech. And then we're going to end up the night talking about STEM because our school, I believe, is the only school in the district that offers a STEM club free of charge to all of our scholars starting in first grade. So without any further ado, Nancy Martin.
Good evening. It's an honor to be here, and I am the music director, classroom music, band director, and classroom music teacher at Westfield School. We are here tonight to show our appreciation for you and the decision you made to spend a lot of money on some wonderful instruments. So with no further ado, I would like to introduce you to our beginning band members. Beginning band members, please stand and come to your places. These children started in August. And they'll be joined by our intermediate band. Our beginning band and intermediate band will play Good King Wenceslas together, and then our intermediate band will play our rendition of Jingle Bells.
Musical skills are, my goal is to help them become excellent musicians and also academically sound, and I want them to excel. And so I've told them many times where music can take them. So tonight, thank you again, and we're going to jump the Jingle Bells. Ready?
So for the beginnings, for the people that are beginning in doing music, what do you think of the program so far? Good. You love it? Aren't you glad that it's now available to you? Yeah. That's great. That's what we want to hear.
Well, as the students are moving out, I will say this, is that it never ceases to amaze me, the wonderful work that music teachers do. To be able to take a group of children who have probably never played an instrument before, or definitely have never played together. In the span of a few short months, be able to take what I've experienced at my school is what sounds like someone killing cats in the back room, for being able to produce some good music is nothing short of miraculous. So I very much admire and respect the work that our music teachers do. So thank you for that very much. I appreciate it.
All right. Hello, my name is Erin Sabatke, and I'm a kindergarten teacher at Westfield Village. And this is Joanna. She ended up being basically the team captain, leader. She helped me, all the girls throughout the season. So she's going to stand here as my moral support. So along with being the kindergarten teacher, I did have the amazing opportunity to coach the girls volleyball team this year. And it was our inaugural year, and with intramural sports at Westfield, so it's a new thing for our school. And I'll be honest, it did take a bit of convincing from my administrators to take this job. Even though I do have an athletic background, I've never coached volleyball and had very little experience playing it. So I was a little bit nervous, but this year was a great learning experience for me and as well as our student athletes. So when it comes to sports and student athletes, there are many studies out there that have shown sports can help you perform better in school, relax more, worry less, and deal with setbacks, and to work well with others. So all of these things help you balance school and everything else you have going on in your life. In addition to that, I will share a few of the great learning opportunities that were afforded to our students at Westfield, and they're now with them being able to now getting to participate in these sports through their school. So let me begin with the fact that quite a few of our students have never had the opportunity to play a team sport. So that's kind of amazing to me. So this is the first time, 6th grade, that they're getting a chance to play a team sport. So throughout the season, these student athletes had many opportunities to learn and grow, which was amazing to witness and for me to get to be a part of. So some of those great opportunities were interacting and meeting students from other school sites. They also got to learn more about sportsmanship. They were able to feel more engaged and connected to their school. They were building connections with their peers through teamwork. They're feeling the successes as they improve and grow and as a team. They learn that working hard can pay off, right? These girls actually came to me, I think it was after the first time we lost, our first loss.
Yeah.
And you were waiting for me at school the next morning.
Yeah.
And said, Ms. Sabaki, can we practice more? Can we practice more? Right? You guys wanted more practices?
Yep.
Right? Because we wanted to get?
More better.
Yeah. So it was exciting to see the passion and excitement with the girls. And then this exposure will help them find new extracurricular activities that they enjoy and can help them prepare for high school. So in conclusion, I feel that our job as educators is to help the whole child learn and grow. So it's not just about teaching academics, but also about giving lessons that will help them to be successful throughout life. By giving our students this opportunity to play sports through their school, we're giving them another avenue to learn and to grow. That is it. Thank you.
And I just want to say thank you for starting that sports program. I mean, that's, one of the things that I personally, and I know Trustee Jackson as well, or President Jackson as well, has really been focused on is improving our athletic programs in the district. Leadership is something that comes and is derived out of sports as well, and as well as discipline. So this is something that I firmly believe is a benefit for all of our kids. Thank you.
All right, hello, my name is Sarah Barnes. I'm currently a fourth grade teacher at Westfield, where I've had the pleasure to teach for the past 5 years. This year, I was offered a unique opportunity to be a part of a new program focused on supporting students with high social emotional needs. So I'm not a therapist or a social worker. I don't have my PhD, and as of right now, I don't have any specialized training that makes me the right person for these students. What does make me the right person is that when I stop to think about what I get the most value out of and what I love most about teaching, and teaching specifically at Westfield, it's helping students navigate through the tough stuff that life sends their way. So I noticed that I was spending a lot of my free time and some of my class time talking with my students about their lives and strategizing how to overcome all the tough stuff that comes their ways. And my principal happened to approach me over summer and say, hey, I think we can turn that into a class. And I was like, that sounds amazing. And so Class Interact was born. The purpose of Class Interact at its most basic is to take students who are struggling academically, socially, behaviorally, all of the above possibly, and set them up with the tools to change their lives. And at the core of our class is the belief that each student has ownership over their own decisions and that those decisions have limitless positive possibility. So I'm going to speak a teeny tiny bit about what we have done this year, but I have Noe with me, who's going to do a much better job in just a moment. But curriculum-wise, we have explored the difference between empathy and sympathy and the importance of that. We have discovered how to be an active listener and why that matters in life as children, as teens, and as adults. We have worked through overcoming the victim mentality. A lot of our students are coming to class with a lot of stuff, and it can be really easy to just let that be your destiny. And we're kind of working together to not let that be our destiny and to become victors and not victims. We've studied a lot about why people lie, cheat, and steal, and the consequences of that, and the motivations behind it. We did a whole unit on personal responsibility. We discussed how our experiences shape who we are now, and how we can decide or decide to not let them affect our future. And we've started to map out what we want for our future. The really cool thing about this class is that I'm learning it and making it up as I go with some support from a unique nonprofit, but I get to do all of these experiences too. So one of the things that we're working on now is a life map, and I think Noe is going to speak a little bit about that. But I'm jumping in there and doing my life map with them as well. And as much as they're struggling, trying to think of 20 things they want for their future, the older that you get, you know, your future gets a little shorter. So thinking about 20 things I want for my future, I think is harder. So for the remainder of the school year, we'll be working on completing those life maps, setting goals, exploring career paths, and honing the skills that we've learned so far in class. And this is our first year, so like I said, we're kind of all learning and growing together. Some days are hard. Most days are awesome, but what I try to tell myself is that every single day is an opportunity to get it right and build our program so that it can be successful in the future, not just at Westfield, but at schools all across our district and beyond. I really, really believe in this. Our admin really believes in this. We have a great team behind us. And aside from me yammering on about you, hopefully Noe will convince you that this is worth believing. Do you want me to stand by you or sit?
Stand
Okay,
by me.
okay.
Hello, my name is Noe Sanabia, and I came here to share my information with you guys. The first thing that I'm going to be talking about is what she said, empathy and sympathy. And if you guys want to know, empathy is when you're trying to connect your feelings with them. Sympathy is when you're trying, but like you're not doing all you could do. And then I'm going to give you a reason, like kind of like a little story. One time I was just kind of walking around strangely with Miss Koch, and she was having trouble with a third grader. So as I helped the third grader, and I told him reasons why he should calm down, And the biggest reason is because if you're able to calm down right there, you're, what's it called? You won't get in trouble as much as if you were like just roaming or like being mad. And then why we need this class is for people to learn like to how to help each other. And I think it's mostly about that, but also teamwork. And then I feel the class really matters because like in the class, a lot of people are trying to help each other. And then as we made the life map, it was really fun. Everyone was into it. We had 5 sad things in our life, 5 happy, and 20 in our future. Most of the people already finished, like in 2-3 days. And also, the thing that I really see is that a lot of people connecting. And that's all I have to say.
That's good.
I might have them demonstrate some stuff, because I certainly can't follow that. Hi, I'm Liz Burkholder. I'm an education specialist at Westfield Village. 4 years ago, I was at a Google Apps for Education conference, and there was this amazing speaker, and he was talking to the group, and he's like, what makes your school special? And he goes, wait, you can't say good staff, good students, good families. And I went, and I thought about it, and I went, well, there's great things, but what am I doing to help with any of that? And I realized the district had spent a lot of money over the years sending me to conferences, so it was time for me to bring something back. So it was on that Sunday I texted our principal at the time, Mrs. Villasenor, and said, can I start an after-school STEM program? It's on a Sunday. 5 minutes later, she responded with, sure. I sent out applications to the school. Any student could attend. I figured I'd have 30. Promptly got the worst flu of my life and came back after 4 days and had 90 applications. Still got sent home because still had the flu. I had 120. And I was ready to cancel because it seemed a little overwhelming for me. But Mr. Avalar promptly came to me and said, no, let's make this work. We'll figure out the rest of the year, but these kids want in. So 120 students in the cafeteria, cost us $20 to do our first STEM lesson, 4 teacher helpers, and it was amazing. And after that, we've been offering free after-school STEM program for all students who apply. It is not restrictive due to academics or any social emotional needs that they may have. We've been able to very generously receive grants from various organizations. This little buddy right here is through a grant. And when I look around the room, can you raise your hand if you've ever done STEM with me before?
Wow.
Keep your hand up if you're still doing STEM with me. So I've had students that have been in it for years, students that have joined, and students that are continuing. What excites me about the program is that I see the students continue to make progress in their mathematics and their science goals based on perseverance, problem solving, collaboration. One of our major objectives with it is collaboration and communication, because you can make it, but you need to be able to explain it to somebody else. But speaking of explaining it, we also have to make sure it's accessible to all. So it was requested that I would bring a little demo this evening. This was bought with a grant through the Q organization. And I'm going to let you guys take a little chance to do some coding this evening.
So again, that concludes our presentation. Sorry that we're a little bit longer than usual, but I thought it would be an amazing opportunity for our team, because we are a team at Westfield. It's not a matter of anything that Mr. Avlar or myself are doing on our own. We certainly could not do what we do without our supportive staff, our families, and of course the support of you and our district administration. Of course, Superintendent Luna has been so supportive of us all along. So thank you for all that you have done for us. If you have any questions or comments, just let us know.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments?
Wanted to say, I want to thank you all for being here. I love stepping on to Westfield's campus because of all of the awesome students, because of your very dedicated staff. You are so dedicated. Thank you for all that you do with your students to go above and beyond, because of your administration team. And you know how to shoulder tap too and find those people and get their passions and help build people up. And thank you for all that you do. And it was just a really beautiful presentation to hear about how you're preparing and really cultivating citizens and in all areas. And so thank you for being here, and thank you to all the students for being here. You were terrific. Just made my day. So thank you.
I did have a question about your class interact. What
Yes.
grade level?
Currently, we have 6th and 7th graders. We do have one 5th grader who is also on the program. Next year, we'll expand it a little bit.
Okay, and about how many students are
We
there?
have 10 students in that
In
class.
fact, okay, great, thank you. And I just want to say, I'm so happy you're doing the music program. They say when you do a music program, students study music, they do so much better academically. You guys were fantastic, thank you.
So I just want to say thank you for bringing your whole team down, and I do appreciate that. I like seeing, all the faces and actually listening to every aspect. And I know that's not every aspect of what you've got going on, but it's nice that you share in the credit of what is making your community, because your campus is a community, truly a family. And I do appreciate that. And I'm going to say this, the music program, I just watched Superintendent Luna's face while you guys were playing. She was beaming. That's like her thing. So anyway, I just wanted to say thank you again for coming and sharing your family and your community with us. Like I said, I'm super partial to sports and music. I just really love to see that you're getting a program going. That's wonderful. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank
And
you.
I would like to say thank you for bringing the team that you brought tonight, because it's one thing. It would have been very easy to come up here and talk about it and kind of painted the picture, whatever. But it's a completely different thing when people are actually able to see the things that are taking place at our sites, particularly with the music and and everything. And I think that's important because, as I've said time and time again from here, is that the learning that's taking place in our schools in this district, you're not going to find them on the dashboard. The things that you guys showed us tonight, those are important things that, sometimes they may show up on the dashboard, but sometimes they're not. But they have a huge impact on the quality of people that our students are going to turn out to be. And so I want to thank you for that, because it is, like I said, a picture paints 1,000 words. And with everything that you brought to us tonight, that painted a very tremendously bright picture of the students at your school, of the community of your school. And again, it's just like I said it before, the learning that's taking place in our schools, there's a lot of great things happening in our schools in West Sacramento, and people just need to become more aware of that. And so thank you for doing that, and I really appreciate the things you guys are doing, and it's just a fantastic job. And, I'll say this, is that if my kids had my kids had to go to Westfield, I would be very, very proud to see my kids at your school right now.
No, thank you.
So, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to exit stage right.
Yeah.
That is so cool. I love the fact that they're reading music. My son never had music classes in junior high or in high school. Yeah.
Well, it's about time.
And he finally took one when he went to, he's in law school now, but it was always like academics. And when he went to City College, then he transferred to
Could you take your seat,
City
please?
College. He took a music class and he loved it. It was piano. He learned to read music.
He needs
Yeah.
Everybody needs
Yeah.
a
So
little help.
he said, you know what, I love it because I feel better rounded. Because it was
All
always
right.
academics.
Moving on.
Students. It's a good thing.
Item J2, celebration of WSD Professional Learning Day presenters. Dr. Andy Parsons.
Good evening, everyone. This is really exciting tonight. Is this on? I can't hear it, thanks. I'm very excited tonight to celebrate over and recognize over 30 staff members. We had our first Professional Learning Day on Tuesday, January 7th. It was focused on multi-tiered systems of support, Tier 1 academic strategies. So what we're going to do tonight is we're going to show a short video. And then we're going to present, and a lot of teachers were unable to come tonight, but we're still going to read their names. So the four different sessions we had was first to support all student learners, which was focused on integrated ELD strategies. And all these strategies are good for all kids, but we just wanted to refresh all the teachers on these strategies. The second one was learning, students who learn and think differently, was focused on a lot of accommodations and modifications for students with 504s and IEPs in the general ed classroom. Thirdly, we did reading and writing to learn, which was basically Wicker strategies, our AVID strategies, which are district-wide. And number 4, we did innovative technology strategies to engage students. And I would be totally remiss if I didn't mention all the leaders, because we have some awesome directors and coordinators that supported our staff. We have Stacy Tran, coordinator of English learners. Back there. Director Sue Massey Clover, who is the Director of Special Services. Stan Moisich, who is the Director of Curriculum and Instruction. And the dynamic duo, Marco and Amanda, who is our technology folks that are just doing a fantastic job. We also had 2 different workshops that were optional for classified staff, for paraprofessionals. One was Adverse Childhood Experiences, which focused on trauma that really affects students' academic and social emotional lives. And secondly, we had a workshop on nonviolent crisis intervention. And so we had so many folks that were involved with this Professional Learning Day. So I'm going to turn it over to Ruth, who's going to play the video that was put together by Amanda, and she finished about 3 hours ago. So here we go.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the January 7th, 2020 Professional Learning Day. We have 4 incredible sessions. One is engaging students through technology. The second one is engaging all student learners, focused on our English learner strategies. The third one is for students who learn differently, which are students who may be on 504s, IEPs, or need other differentiation of instruction. And then the fourth one is focused on AVID strategies, which is our Wicker strategy. So we're really excited. We have over 31 teachers who are presenting these workshops, and I look forward to an exciting day.
I really enjoyed the training supporting all student learners. We got great resources, a really good bookmark that had EL standards, so I can quickly refer to it. And I also got to brush up on all of my cake and strategies.
Helps them understand what they're reading, because now they're taking all this complicated text and they've simplified it down to have a main idea and a detail that they can understand.
Now that's how I usually go through the first read, and then we'll go back and we'll talk about what they thought that was about, and we'll talk about all those words they don't know.
So far, I've been to 2 different sessions, one on ELD strategies and another on accommodations, all geared towards primary grades, which has been fabulous. I think that the timing and the quality of the sessions are just invaluable because we can go into the new school year or the new year really feeling like excited and reinvigorated. So I think it's really perfect timing to see our colleagues doing this great work right now.
Identify an ally, help be a mentor, find somebody on campus that they might relate with. It's it could be a student.
I enjoyed the learning and thinking differently session because it taught me a lot of new vocabulary and strategies for working with students that have 504s and IEPs.
Sure that there's equity so that everyone has access to. I absolutely love that strategy.
We did a Socratic seminar session, and I think one of the big takeaways we came away with is the difference between teaching content versus teaching the skill. And I think we all agreed in the upper elementary in 3, 4, 5 that maybe it's a better idea if you're going to try something as advanced as a Socratic seminar to really focus on teaching the skill and don't worry so much about having a content objective.
So they gained all this knowledge now, and so they can ask these questions.
Hi, today was our PL day back from holiday break, and I thought the sessions were a good reboot for me to get back into the rest of the school year, to remember how I've been using some of these strategies so far in the school year and refresh what I need to do or what I can do to make things to continue the rest of the year. The most interesting session for me was the technology session, the TK2 technology session with Elizabeth, because we were going over WeVideo, and I've been using WeVideo to record oral language discussions in small groups, but it's been tricky, so it was good to have an expert show me through and help me with my iPhone situation, and hopefully get a video out for my kids next week.
What I love about WeVideo is your kids can't break it.
It's kind of got like unlimited opportunities for customization, because whatever you can do on a Google slide, you can do in a Pear Deck. It's
Pop art in the classroom was a great way to incorporate art and technology along with some Common Core standards.
And here's some examples of our work.
Or I like the idea of making your own storyboard, so acting out the scene, coloring it in the mood, and then putting it together as a class slideshow to show how the story would progress through the work.
What a fun and exciting day we had. We got to learn from our expertise of our own teachers here at River City High School, whether it was learning how to meet the needs of our EL students, our special ed students, learning AVID strategies, or technology in the classroom. It was a great way to welcome back our staff and make sure that everybody's ready to welcome our students.
I want to thank everyone for attending today's Professional Learning Day. Our 31 presenters were incredible, and I've gotten great responses at lunch from our teachers that were very, very engaged today. And we're looking forward to the February 13th Professional Learning Day, which will focus on social and emotional strategies for MTSS Tier 1. So thanks, everyone. Although Amanda did a fantastic job, the video does not do justice for the energy of all of your teachers. They were incredible. Walking around at lunchtime, they were just buzzing. So it was extremely successful. So I'd like to invite our district leaders up who will introduce the teachers and hand out certificates. And we'll start with Director Massey Clover.
Why, thanks, Dr. Parsons. All right, it was an incredible experience going to each and every classroom and seeing how well our teachers teach each other. So some of the people that I would love to give a certificate to: Michelle Broderson, Holly Buckley. I have some that could not make it tonight. Jason Klima, Lucia Espinoza, Cynthia Friedenberg, who you met before around the reading program, Nicole Matthews, Lauren Pipes, Abigail Saiz, Serena Santamaria Rios, and then we had our 3 people who did workshops for our classified staff, Kelly Huberry, Alice Magnuson, and Lauren Rivas. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Amanda Divobis, the coordinator of instructional technology, and we asked our ITLs, our instructional technology leaders, who would like to participate. So we have 2 here with us tonight, Melissa Baldwin. And Liz Burkholder. And then 3 more who couldn't be here with us tonight. Pamela Akanon, Tricia Ogino, and Ashley Payne. We were fortunate enough to have 8 amazing teacher leaders present on not only the ELD standards, but many incredible engaging strategies for students. And our presenters who are here tonight are Ophelia Coronel, Christina Hernandez, and Robin Bell, accompanied by the adorable MJ. Not here with us tonight are David Baggs, Tiffany Keller, Stephanie Kugler, Jennifer Leifson, and Cindy Robinson. I'll also be presenting the certificates to our incredible AVID teachers who presented to their teammates. I was able to attend one of these sessions, and I left feeling inspired and wishing I could go back to the classroom and implement this strategy. So I may be visiting some of you to try some things out. Here tonight we have Miss Christy Aquilio. Betsy Erickson. Larisha Johnson. Karen Medina. Melissa Robinson. Brian Russell. And not here with us tonight is Miss Annie Cole.
He's so cute. He's so big. You're good. Oh, I got a smile.
All right.
Is that the one you're looking for?
Okay, student and association reports. K1, student board member, Madison Lampley.
Hello. So starting with Riverbank, they have their Otter Pride for January, focusing on positive attitude. This year they're focusing on their Otter Pride. Pride stands for positive attitude, respect/responsibility, integrity, determination, and empathy. For January, they will be highlighting positive attitude. So take the opportunity to talk to your students about how a positive attitude makes a difference in your family's activities. Starting in January, each grade level will be exploring weekly lessons on each of their Otter Pride character traits and participating in activities around each trait. Riverbank will be hosting a parent education night focusing on drugs, alcohol, and vaping, which is open to parents of all WUSD students of any age. Please join Riverbank parents, staff, and administration, West Sacramento Police Department, and Victor Community Support Services to learn more about the signs of drug, alcohol use in our own students. They will focus on the newest trends in vaping and talk about resources available to help both parents and students. This will take place February 4th, 5:30 to 7 p.m. in the library. Childcare, translation, and snacks are provided. From Stonegate, they had their kindergarten holiday sing, and there's pictures from Mrs. Pinky's and Mrs. Nyberg's kindergarten class. From Westfield Village, they have their annual winter program on Thursday. They had it on December 19th, and the beginning of the intermediate the beginning and intermediate band performance on Tuesday, December 17th. From River City High School, they've started their new term. Students and teachers are excited for the fresh start with new goals. Back to school night for term 2 is January 15th. Winter Spirit Week is January 21st through the 24th, with a varsity boys basketball game Friday night and their winter dance on Saturday. Principal Billingsley continues to present at the K-8 schools and is grateful for the warm welcome from the 8th grade parents and students. Washington Middle College High School. So the last Friday of the fall semester, students presented their work from their C&I labs and just kind of showed what they've done this past semester. WMCHS students start back Monday, January 13th, and Sac City College courses begin on Saturday, January 18th. Enrollment has begun for the next school year, and it looks promising. We've already got 19 students enrolled for 9th grade next year, including 6 from out of the district, and recruitment visits to WUSD middle schools start this month. Thank you.
Great job.
WTSA report.
Good evening. Well, it's me again, Mike Buse, president, proud president, I might add, of the West Sacramento Teachers Association. Very happy to be here. I concur with many of the comments that have been made about our activity the other day when we got an opportunity to come out of a freezing, cold, foggy day. There was soup. There was all kinds of delicious food. We had the opportunity to listen to our colleagues present important information to us. It was a great opportunity and an opportunity for listening, and I appreciate, that's my theme this evening, is listening. As I was listening to the Westfield Band, I was just enraptured by the whole thing, and I was watching this, I don't know, maybe as a 4th grader or so, playing the tuba and just working that tuba for all he was worth, and it was just an exciting thing to have them up here performing. Great opportunity. On that theme of listening, we continue to really appreciate our employee relations meetings that are held once a month. Dr. Parsons can attest to this, and Ms. Gonzalez and Mr. Mount Benitez. We are able to talk and pre-correct numerous issues by listening to each other and understanding where we're coming from and what we're trying to accomplish. And I really, really appreciate that. I'm grateful to be a part of this district and to have the opportunity to work with my fellow teachers in a very direct manner. on the theme of listening as well, you've heard from Ms. Garcia once again at the beginning of the meeting. We share many of the concerns that she expresses as an employee and as a parent. I'm not just a teacher in Washington Unified. I'm also a long-time West Sacramento resident. And so my kids have all attended our schools. My grandchildren are attending currently. And, there's a level, of course I'm a teacher, and I'm excited about that every day, and I enjoy teaching kindergarten, but I'm also continually interested in the well-being of my own kids and grandkids, and just making sure that everything's as safe as possible, and that the learning that they're able to do is of the best caliber. On a sad note, I would like to mention, I just recently found out about the passing of Marie Raymond, who was a longtime district teacher, reading specialist, if I remember correctly, and Union Firebrand. So she's missed on many different levels. I am once again grateful for the opportunities that we have to talk to each other, to listen to each other, and if we do that as a school board, as a union executive board, as teachers, and as students and parents, the more that we listen to each other and work together, the better we can improve the educational situation of our children here and grandchildren here in this district. Thank you very much.
CSEA report. Don't see anyone from CSEA, so we'll move on to public comments. At this time, members of the public may address the board on topics of our board on our board agenda, in addition to topics that are under our jurisdiction of the board and are not on the agenda. Although the board by law may not take action at this meeting, the board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit for any particular item. Individual speakers may be limited to 3 minutes to comment on any topic. Public comments consisting of individual charges, complaints, or derogatory remarks about any district employee are requested to be submitted in writing to the district in accordance with the district's complaint procedure. We do recognize that for a lot of people commenting before the board and the audience and the people watching at home on television is a nerve-wracking experience. So try to take that make that as easy as possible. We do ask that there not be any applause or booing or catcalling or any other demonstrations to maintain a civil discourse here in the chambers. The board respects the right of members of the public to speak to us regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. However, it is important for members of the public to recognize that comments regarding students other than the speaker's own children made during the public board meeting may be legally actionable as a violation of student privacy. Both state and federal law prohibit the board and other members from discussing confidential student information in open session. To this end, be advised that if you reference a student's name other than your own student, you will be out of order and your comments may not be protected by the privileges that protect public speech. You can be found liable for such comments in legal proceedings. Furthermore, it is important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in public board meeting, may be actionable civil defamation. As such, the board reminds the public that the district has existing board policy that allows the public to lodge a complaint against a district employee. This policy provides a comprehensive procedure for reviewing and responding to public complaints. This process provides a more thorough opportunity to be heard than is allowed under the open meeting law that governs this meeting. With that, we'll move on to our first public comment, Ms. Candace Newman.
Hello, good evening. I This is very interesting for me. I've been to several board meetings, but this is the first time I've actually come up here. So good evening, esteemed board, Superintendent Luna, and cabinet. I come as a parent this evening, along with several other concerned parents, to talk about the Champions program. Several of us got phone calls yesterday where we were informed that the Champions program at Elkhorn Village Elementary School, where our students go to school, would be closing at the end of February. It has now been brought to our attention that that is not the case, and that the program will continue to run through the end of the year, which is good news, which we're very grateful for. However, the fact that this has happened at all has given us pause, and it's brought some concerns that we would like to share this evening. My son, Leo, he's kind of in a unique situation there where he goes to the Champions program in the morning, and he goes to the ACES program that we know as Kid Zone in the afternoon. I rely on that program in order to be able to work, and I would not be able to work without it. My husband travels all the time, and so when he is out of town, I have to get to work as a teacher in another district. And I have to leave early, and so it's important that I have that childcare option available. What is concerning is that this was given to us at such short notice, and now we've been assured that the program will be there until the end of the year, and while that is comforting, it makes us wonder what will happen next year. And we have been... I feel like there has been an attempt to assure us that there's nothing to worry about for next year, but it's not enough to prevent that worry. So I just want to bring that to your attention, and that, we say, oh yes, the program will continue next year. We're sure that, we will have enough families to fill the program. And it's like, well, okay, if that's the case, wonderful, but what is the plan? And I feel like there should be a plan in process now in case that's not the case. And it's not just, we were told that there was no need, and there definitely is a need because we're here. So anyway, I see that I'm running out of time, but hopefully my fellow Tiger moms will back me up. So thank you very much.
Dante Early West.
Hi. All right, I'm going to try to keep within 3 minutes. So I have a master's in child development, a PhD in human development, all from UC Davis. And I say that only because there is no parenting book, right? Like, how do you do this well? And I really deliberated on sending my daughter to Elkhorn. I mean, really, I'm a researcher, and so you can imagine, the list, the analytics. But at the end of the day, I said, you know what? It is important to me that my daughter be exposed to other cultures. She's in the dual immersion program, and so I'm familiar with brain research and how important it is that they learn early, but she comes from an English-only speaking household. So you can imagine how nervous I was. Oh my gosh, we're gonna do this. I won't be able to help her with homework, but there's Google Translate. So, so every morning, I drive by Southport. I drive by Bridgeway. I drive by Stonegate and take my daughter to Elkhorn, the dual immersion program. My daughter does not, again, she's in kindergarten. We started the school year, and the dual immersion program means that when she goes to class, she doesn't understand anything the teacher is saying to her. It is todo en español. But it's worth it. And what I will say is Elkhorn has welcomed me with open arms. And despite the fact that I don't speak any Spanish, but I'm learning, and they indulge me, and they let me practice on them. It has been like a warm hug. It really has. I have been in West Sacramento since 2007. As you can hear, I lived on the Southport side. Absolutely. And last night, I got a phone call while I was at work saying, you know what, I'm really sorry, but as of February 21st, your child will no longer have any childcare. Now, here's the thing. Without childcare, my daughter cannot go to dual immersion at Elkhorn. As I already said, I drive by 3 other schools in which they don't have the issues that I've experienced at Elkhorn, which is the constant threats and fear that my daughter is not going to be able to attend that school anymore because without childcare, she cannot go there. So while my neighbors don't have this constant fear that their kid is going to have to be uprooted from their home and the family and the teachers that they have grown to love, and as I said, it's like a warm hug, I am constantly under threat. So although I appreciate the fact that this year she will have childcare, this will continue to be a threat every single year because there's not an option, a real option, for childcare for all of us at Elkhorn. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Mikey Ruiz? Sorry. Mighty, sorry. Looks like a K, my bad.
Dante. But here goes something. So good evening, everyone. My name is Mighty Ruiz, a proud resident of West Sacramento for 15 years, but now, most importantly, a mother of a kindergartner at Elkhorn Village Elementary. When my husband and I got married, we made sure we bought our first home in West Sacramento. We did not want to leave West Sacramento, but it was expensive. We wanted to build our family here in our very own West Sacramento. We wanted our kids to grow and go to school in West Sacramento. So when we discovered Elkhorn offered the dual immersion program, it made our choice of staying in West Sacramento make even more sense. I'm here today to address the possible closure of the Champions program at Elkhorn. I do not have much experience with school districts or boards, and I hate that this is an introduction that we are having. My daughter is currently enrolled in ACES, but for the next academic year, our spot is not guaranteed. It is now based on a lottery. I believe in fairness, and I have no problem with the lottery system. But what will happen to the families who do not get in? This is why an alternative care needs to exist besides ACES. It is the responsibility of the district, the board, to ensure that these programs exist at all schools. Like Dante said, not just the other side. It is all our responsibility to cultivate our youth into the citizens of West Sacramento. If my child stays in West Sacramento, I would be so happy because I don't want to leave West Sacramento. I believe in Elkhorn. I believe in the dual immersion program. I believe in West Sacramento, and now I need to believe in you, the board, Washington Unified School District, to make this happen, to not be uncertain about after-school care or morning care, whatever we may need. One of us staying home to watch our kids is just not going to happen. So thank you for your attention tonight. Have a good evening.
Laura Cabrera.
Good evening. My name is Laura, and I also received last-minute notice regarding this issue. I've been a West Sacramento resident since I was 6 years old, and when I chose a school for my daughter, I wanted Elkhorn as well. But because of the child care program, she's in ACES in Westmore Oaks, but I really want her to go to Elkhorn because of the bilingual and all the access that they have there. I couldn't do it because she was in the after school there. But the next year I wanted her to be enrolled to Elkhorn, and then I heard about this issue, and I feel fearful for the next year because I really want her to go to Elkhorn. But if they don't have an extra, because of the ACES program that is going to have a lottery, I wouldn't be able to give my daughter this opportunity to be in Elkhorn. So I'm really hopeful that you guys can help us, and I'm thankful that you guys are hearing us and our concerns, and I appreciate it. Have a great day or night.
Sasha Quintero.
I'm just going to read because I have a lot to say. Good evening, board. I am Sasha Quintero, Greetings President Jackson and Superintendent Luna. I'm here to talk to all of you about the needs of our many community families. We need, plain and simple, reliable, consistent, quality after-school care. I am a parent of an enrolled child at Elkhorn Village in the dual immersion program. I love Elkhorn. It has a rich culture, diverse representation, and of course, an outstanding dual immersion program that you all are very familiar with. These are Elkhorn's best assets and so valuable to me and my family, so much that I send my child here versus my homeschool, which is Stonegate. My family and I have worked very hard to build a life, to buy a home in an affluent area of West Sacramento. However, what I see at Elkhorn has tremendous value. And so I send my child there to learn Spanish and to see the rich culture that it offers. However, at Stonegate, they have many resources, and their aftercare is not challenged. There they have significant, what appears to be significant support from the community, resources, parents are able to pay. It's much different over at Elkhorn Village. For that reason, I question the equity. I question if parents who share my concerns, also even because of the time today that I had to take, are able to come and voice their concerns like I am right now. This school, Elkhorn Village, is a fantastic school, but it is a vulnerable school. I'm here to air concerns and shed light on ongoing challenges regarding aftercare. For me, our family relies on after-school care on a daily basis because both parents need to work. Aftercare at Elkhorn needs more attention, more promotion, and better coordination from the district level. We cannot have parents and families wondering where their child will be after school. 6 months from now, this will be taken away. I appreciate that it is not being taken away now, but it still does not give much relief for the parents that are looking at next year already. Many of our parents are committed to Elkhorn Village's dual immersion school to 8th grade. So we are here to stay. We're not going anywhere. And we also have other children that will be entering the school as well. The last thing I will say today is that 63% of families across America have 2 working parents. That being said, reliable after-school care is a basic need. This is not an ask. This is not a favor. This is not, let me just tell you my story and please help me out. This is a basic need that is affecting all families across California, across the nation. Let's make this equitable across a district, regardless of location and income. Thank you.
Lisa Meneses. Sorry if I butchered your last name.
Good evening. I'm Lisa Meneses. I've lived in West Sac since 2005. I'm a mother of 3 and a pediatrician. 2 of my children attend the dual immersion program and the Kids Zone programs at Elkhorn, both which have provided tremendously wonderful experiences for our family so far. As many families in this room can attest, finding quality, affordable after-school care in this town is stressful. And this goes for families of all incomes and all social backgrounds. The availability of a program like ACES is a major reason why we decided to enroll our children in a school across town, and a reason why we are able to keep our children enrolled in it. However, the anxiety, uncertainty, and inconsistency that parents will now face under the proposed changes to the ACES program, where we will now have to potentially arrange and rearrange childcare plans year to year, especially in the context of alternative local programs having recently closed or threatening to close, is not good for our families. And most importantly, it's not good for our children. I thank the board for your efforts so far in maintaining and expanding our after-school program so far. And I urge you to consider all the different types of families in West Sac when making decisions regarding before and after school programs. I truly hope that we can work together as a community to secure quality, safe, affordable, accessible before and after school programs for West Sac families that is consistent year to year. Thank you.
Martin Ramirez.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Superintendent Luna, board members. Just wanted to say my name is Martin Ramirez, and just wanted to share that I'm a parent, a local educator, social justice advocate for all students in the Sacramento region. And parents that sometimes do not have the time, the know-how, or confidence to advocate for their own children. With that said, a little bit about where I come from. I'm a migrant. I come from a migrant family that migrated from Mexico to Davis, the labor camp that's out there that many people don't even know about, to West Sacramento since the 1950s. Maya, come here. Maya, our daughter that goes to Elkhorn, she has, her great-grandpa lived right near Holy Cross in the 1950s. So even though some of our parents here may not immediately live in West Sacramento or Broderick, right, or Southport, we have roots that go way back on this land here, this native land. So with that said, I simply want to say that we hope that you have and you work towards transparency, consistency, and equity, because some of us can't afford to pay for champions. But the reality is that some parents that are not here right now and may not even show up here will not make the cut. And they're going to be forced to take their kids out of there and can't afford to pay for that. So as you work as a team, we really hope that we have your support. Not only for us that are here, that could come after work and spend and share a few words with you, but for those other parents that are out there working right now, and their kids are at somewhere else on the street hanging out, you know, and finding other role models. So with that said, thank you for your time, and I look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Karina Figueroa.
Good evening, everyone, board member, Superintendent Luna. I'm also a parent. This is Maya, my daughter, and educator, local educator as well. I've worked very closely with students here in West Sac. My heart lays in the area. I'm born and raised in the area. I'm actually from Yuba City. I'm a local. But I started working with students back before I realized that I wanted to be a teacher. I was tutoring here right around the neighborhood back in 2005. This is before I even decided to teach, and I fell in love with the community here. And that's really where my journey began as an educator, was here in the back roads, right? Way before. And fast forward to today, it's like full circle because I've had the privilege of going through a credentialing program here at Sac State, you know, that has worked closely with Elkhorn. And so having that opportunity to work with these educators and then go through that program where Elkhorn was, in fact, one of the first dual immersion schools in the area, so it has a lot of history, rich history, and now having the privilege of having, you know, our children there potentially, it's what we're here to do, and we're invested. We're not thinking of, you know, switching anywhere else because of the culture, the history, and whatnot that we have here. So we chose Elkhorn for a reason. We're very invested, like I said, and I apologize, I worked back-to-back all day, and I didn't have anything planned, so I'm kind of speaking from, just with everything that has happened this last year and a half. This is Maya, and she's in first grade, and I could go on and on about, our experiences and whatnot, but moving forward, I can say, just to kind of close with what the other parents have said, that what we've seen in terms of, the inconsistencies for our children, we talk a lot about our schedules, but I'm just thinking about my child, who I haven't even shared, really with what happened, because it happened so quick just yesterday. She has no idea, and we kind of explained to her today about what was happening, but what kind of example are we setting for them in terms of what quality education we talk about? And so when I like to talk to my students now, we always talk about walking the talk and really having our actions demonstrate the words. I really appreciate all of the work that you all do. I have a lot of faith that you will all, work to improve the current system. I understand that, some things happen and they're out of your hands, and like I said, moving forward, I just hope to see that there is some more accountability in terms of the individuals that we contract to bring into our district to work with our kids. And that's about all I have to say for now. Thank you.
And Joanna Ruiz.
Hi. Good evening. It looks like I'm the last one here. Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent. My name is Juana Ruiz, and I do have a son in Elkhorn in the DI program as well. First and foremost, I want to thank you for your commitment for ensuring that every student within the Washington Unified School District has the access and all the resources needed for them to be successful. So I know you have a big plate in front of you, and I want to first thank you for your commitment for doing that. I had a little speech before we were notified that the change of champions being at the school at the end of the school year, but I put myself in. My son goes to ACES right now, but I put myself in the shoes of those parents that got notified, about 24 hours ago, and the anxiety they must have felt. And then my next concern was, wait, we're going into a lottery system. That is me. Okay, that is going to be me, possibly me. What is the plan? So moving forward, I know that today you guys are going to, on your agenda, approve the policy in the administration of ACES and the selection in the lottery system. I encourage you to, as you're approving this, I encourage you to ask those tough questions as, what is the plan? Not just the plan as plan A or plan B of what the options for parents are going to be, but also as a timeline. The timeline, how our parents are going to get notified about this lottery selection. To my understanding, applications will be available January 25th. So for them that we can submit, it's the first time I hear about it today. That's 2 weeks ago, or 2 weeks away, right? And we have until February, and then March we'll be notified. But what is that plan? As board members, I really encourage you to ask those tough questions as a committed timeline to be notified to the parents and be ensuring that all families will have access to daycare. Because as a lot of parents said here, it's a necessity now for both parents to work. And that is the case in my case. And thank you so much for your time. And I am confident and have faith that we would be working all together to come up with a solution. And please know that us parents, and I know there's some more parents like Martin said that couldn't be here, but that we can work together. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just comment on to this is that just know that your concerns have been heard. And as a parent who has been left in the lurch without child care, I understand the stress, the anxiety, and the frustration that the last 24 hours have brought. But without sounding, we are doing our best to work things out and get things taken care of as quickly as possible, and to have a pretty quick remedy to this issue. And with that, we'll go ahead and move on in the agenda. Oh, and one other thing. If you have the ability to say that, as that issue will be coming up later on, the approval of board policy regarding our before and after school programs will be on the agenda as item Q1 for later on this evening. So if you're able to stay, I would encourage you to stay for that discussion as well. Public hearing, there is no public hearing at this meeting. Information and discussion items. N1, Washington Unified School District preschool programs and services. Superintendent Luna.
Good evening, President Jackson, Board of Trustees, staff, and guests. This evening, we're going to continue with the board's review and discussion of district instructional programs, which help us then to guide our budget development of a multi-year budget for the June of 2020 to look at the next 3 years of our budget. This is a healthy thing to do as we have lots of instructional programs, but what we want the board to consistently know about is how well we're doing in these programs, how the monies are being spent, how the programs are being funded, and the effects of the programs themselves. This evening, we are going to be reviewing and discussing the preschool programs and services that are located in the Washington Unified School District. We have various levels of preschool-aged programs and services. One is the Washington Unified School District State Preschool Program. Two, we have a partner with Yolo County Office of Education for Head Start preschool programs that are located at the Alice Norman Center. And the third level of preschool age programs and services are from our partner with Yolo County Children's Alliance that is currently located over at Bright, but we are in the process of relocating them to the Alice Norman Center. So those are the 3 levels of preschool programs that the board will be hearing this evening. We're going to start with our Washington Unified State Preschool Program, and our coordinator is Rahele Atabaki, and she'll be bringing the board a short presentation.
Good evening. As you know, this is new to me. I'm taking over after Kendra Reynolds retires, so you need to bear with me. I'm learning about preschool, but she has been great, just great mentor for me the last 6 months. So, little short presentation, just benefits of attending preschool. Personally, I could attest to that as a kindergarten teacher. I could always tell when a student had attended preschool. It's just those kids stand out. So I put a few things like school readiness, increased high school graduation, future earnings increases, but the benefits are endless. I couldn't fit them all here, but public preschool is the state public preschool accounts for over half of state and federal spending in California. So it's more than Head Start, transitional kindergarten, and all other child care programs. So it's a huge program, and it's very, very beneficial. Our mission in Washington Unified School District is to challenge and support each and every student so they would have critical thinking, so they would be ready and be lifelong learners in school. Other goals is to have them be engaged in a safe and positive environment. We have highly qualified educators who manage our preschool. We cater to all kinds of needs for students. We are in the process of actually mainstreaming with our special ed preschool too, so that's in the process. We also promote family involvement and a strong partnership with the community. We actually have a family literacy night coming up at the end of the month, and I really encourage you to join us. The theme is blankets and backpacks. Each student is going to get a backpack with a book, and a blanket, and we're going to have a family literacy night with food and some celebration just to promote some literacy. Currently, the 4 schools that has the state preschool are Riverbank, Westfield, Elkhorn, and Stonegate. We're almost full at every single site. 180 students are enrolled, and we get new students all the time. There is a program eligibility. There's a link if anybody wants to find out. It is income-based. So we do have a priority list, which goes by, of course, CPS if they have a recommendation. Then it goes by income, age. They have to, 4-year-olds get priority, and after that, 3-year-olds that turn 3 by December 1st, which we do have 3-year-olds in our program too. The other priority is they need to be a resident of of Washington Unified School District and reside within our boundaries. So at the end, our pledge is to provide a warm and friendly environment for all our children so they could feel secure and safe and ready to embark on their journey through the next few years of their education, so they would have positive and good self-esteem. Any questions about preschool?
I have a question. Just one. Hi, thank you for this. I apologize if this was in your presentation. I'm having some internet issues, so I have lots of paper here. Is there a wait list right now at any of the sites?
We are moving kids to, because our afternoon at some sites are still, we have a few spots. So we're trying to give parents options that if, the morning is full, you could go to an afternoon. Okay. So I don't think we have any wait list going on right now. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you.
Board of Trustees, I would be remiss if I just didn't take an opportunity to just explain for 1 minute some of the context of our state preschool programs. We tried to get Director Kendra Reynolds here, who has overseen our state preschool programs for the past 3 years. In that, words cannot express enough appreciation and gratitude for the work that she has done in bringing our preschool programs to the quality that they are at today. She has helped to transform our state preschool classes into high-quality preschool programs with training, with accountability, with support, with professional learning that we have not had in the past. We have moved our state preschool classes to their neighborhoods so that our families can begin their educational community starting in preschool and stay there all the way until grade 8. And it was because of her work in this transformation of our state preschools that we are so very grateful to her, and we wish her the very, very best of a very well-deserved retirement beginning in February after her 30-plus years of service in the Washington Unified School District. I had to say that, even though she probably doesn't want me to. Okay, so the second program that we have for preschool services and our families is with our Yolo County Office of Education that oversees our Head Start students. So at this time, I'd like to introduce to you our Deputy Superintendent of Yolo County of Education, and that is Dr. Carolyn Benno.
Good evening. So I'm joined today by Gail Nadal, who is our Director of Early Childhood Education for the Yolo County Office of Education, and we're going to be both presenting tonight a little bit of information about our program. So thank you for your time. So we too just wanted to acknowledge the importance of early learning and care, but we don't want to be repetitive. So I'm going to skip right to kind of what the Head Start model is all about. So the Head Start model really borrows on the Bronfenbrenner bioecological systems theory, which looks at the child and all of the needs of the child. So that includes not only the educational needs, but also the health and wellness needs of that child as well. So they look at how we can enhance the growth and development of that child through the Head Start program. But then they look outside of the child, and they recognize through the Head Start programs that the family unit has a tremendous influence on a growing child. And so the Head Start program looks at how they can strengthen that family unit so they can really nurture the development of their child. Additionally, Head Start looks at how they could make connections to outside services in the community to, again, strengthen the development of that child and the family. One of the things that I think is really unique about the Head Start program is it really places a lot of emphasis on the parent as a decision maker in the program. So that's an important aspect as well, and I think creates a lot of buy-in and authentic engagement with families. So Gail is going to tell you a little bit about our Early Head Start program and our Head Start program, and then I'm going to finish talking about the partnership that we really appreciate having with your district.
Good evening. I'm very glad to be with all of you. I've been a partner with Washington Unified School District for 10 years, 15 years here in Yolo County. And what I want to do is just really reiterate what the superintendent has said about your early childhood education program. It has grown by leaps and bounds, and I believe it's because of all the things that's happening here in West Sacramento. I'm also the local planning council coordinator, and there was a time when the highest need was West Sacramento. There was not enough slots for those families to be able to be served here. But with the partnership that we have between Yolo County Office of Education and Washington Unified School District, we are serving the children that need to be in programs such as State Preschool and Head Start. Here in West Sacramento, we serve in our Early Head Start program children 0 babies to 3 years of age. We have 2 classrooms here that are always filled. The families need to have services such as this. They cannot go to their jobs without having a place to bring their babies. Our Early Head Start program actually starts with our pregnant women, our mothers, and we provide a home visiting program to those who have found out that they're going to have a child. And we service them by having our itinerant teacher go to their homes on a weekly basis to touch base, to talk about child development, and to prepare for what's to come. These mothers transition their child into our Early Head Start program and then eventually into the Head Start program that we serve at your Alice Norman site location. And we so appreciate that opportunity to be at a location with all of our children. We provide, as Carolyn said, comprehensive services. And what that means is we look not only at the child who's attending preschool and having those play experiences and social emotional opportunities, but also the families that come along with them. The children will not do well unless the parents are provided services too. In Head Start, it's a requirement. So we have family support assistants who work with the families when things go a bit awry. They can come to us, they can talk to us about the needs that they have, and our services provide opportunities and resources that allow them to stay on the path that we know they want to be on. They set goals for themselves, and we're there to help them to reach those goals so that the children who are attending our preschool program have that win-win situation of having not only the Head Start program behind them, but the parents also learning how to be behind their child. So our eligibility is similar to the state preschool eligibility, except that we serve the lowest poverty children in your area here. We've been able to partner with state preschool in the fact that we go out with a recruitment team, and sometimes your group comes with us, to to knock on the doors of the families who may not feel comfortable coming to a site location like Alice Norman. And we offer services and we tell them about what Head Start offers as well as what state preschool offers. In our programs here in West Sacramento, we actually blend our programs with both Head Start dollars, which are federally funded, as well as state preschool dollars. And that provides us the opportunity to really be able to give the most to those children who are in our attendance in our program. So we qualify parents. Our program must be fully enrolled at all times, and that is what we do here in West Sacramento. Every slot is filled here. When we have an opening, we go out and recruit. We go to the areas, we knock on the doors to say, have you heard about Head Start? We'd like to tell you about it. Just to let you know, all of the children who are in our Head Start program go on to your school district programs. Last year, we had 40 students who transitioned into your Washington Unified School campuses. This year, we're projecting 58 students going on to your programs there. Our children are your children. That's what's so wonderful about the partnership that we have in place here, that we really know that and we believe that. And Kendra has been outstanding in working with Head Start and myself in really partnering and hand-holding each other as we go through things. We do a lot of professional development on Saturdays. That's when your preschool teachers are here learning a little bit more. And they're here voluntarily. That's maybe something you don't know, is that they come on Saturday mornings. Tomorrow is a Saturday morning. We will have 40 participants attending on how to talk with parents when things are a little challenging. So it'll be a 4-hour workshop. We have all 4 of your classrooms attending this tomorrow, again, on their own. So currently at the Alice Norman campus, as the superintendent indicated, she's decided to have her state preschool at their campus locations. So we've been able to forge ahead and have all of our programs there at Alice Norman. We have a total of 159 students currently there here in West Sacramento. That would be 9 classrooms, 108 Head Start / state preschool slots are filled every day, 100%. And we have 27 babies, early childhood, early Head Start children attending at your Alice Norman site location. And we have taken on your full day programs. When changes were made a few years ago, we stepped up and we said, let us provide the full day programs for the West Sacramento families. And so we've been able to continue the services that you once provided now are as part of our responsibility. And we really do see it as a partnership. Washington Unified provides the half-day services, and we provide the full-day services for families here in West Sacramento.
So a little bit more on the partnership. So we feel very fortunate at the Yolo County Office of Education to be on all 5 of our district campuses. So what we need is space in your schools so that we can serve your students. What you provide through an MOU that's similar to the MOUs we have with the other districts is in-kind space in your facilities, custodial services, maintenance services, and food. So your food services department does provide food for our programs. All of our students do qualify for free and reduced lunch, so you're able to recoup those costs. And then we're able to provide educational services, like we said, through that whole child, whole family approach, where we're not only serving the child, but also really helping their family as well. And as Gail mentioned, providing some really meaningful professional learning for teachers, as well as workshops for families as well. So we're really appreciative of the partnership and the opportunity to come out this evening to speak to you a little bit about our programs. So with that, are there any questions for Gail or I?
I just had one. Eligibility, legal status doesn't matter, is that correct? Okay, great, thank you.
Sure, yeah.
Oh, I have a question, so you have to come back. Thank you for this. I remember when there was a threat of losing full day, and it was very scary for our families. And I'm incredibly grateful that we have our preschool programs on school sites. We really, families rely on the full day, and you're so incredibly important for them so they can get to work. So thank you for that. And I'm really grateful for your partnership and that you're in this space and that you are full with our future students as well. So my question that goes into this then is, in terms of the MOU, you alluded to this, that it's similar in terms of, I believe years ago I had called Davis to ask them in Woodland, and theirs are all similar in that you're using their facilities and the dollars are similar?
Correct.
Okay, great. And then in terms of the space, it's 9 classes. Are you using 9 rooms or some of those like a morning, afternoon? I'm thinking of that facility right now and thinking of where the rooms are. And so I'm just wondering if you know.
So again, we provide the full day program, so we don't have a morning program or afternoon. Our children come into the classroom and stay there the whole day. So it's 9 classrooms
9 full
operating.
classrooms.
Yes.
Great. And those are all the 9 classrooms, I guess, in front, maybe when we drive by or, okay.
Yeah, first quarter.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just asking because we're talking about our facility plan later, and
Oh,
so I'm
sure.
trying to like put it all in my mind of where you are. Okay. Thank you so much.
And then another thing, just to remind Washington Unified, is that it has been a true partnership. When Alice Norman was recreated for this purpose of wanting it to be an early childhood education campus, YCOE contributed significantly to the outside yard, and also it's truly been a partnership, and we appreciate being able to stay there and be a part of the growth that takes place.
Absolutely. And I was asking about facility not because of any concerns over moving. I was just trying to visualize when we talk about what classrooms need remodel or whatnot, and make sure that we're serving your students well in a safe environment.
Thank you.
So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Control, that's my problem.
And now our third level of preschool age services and programs for our students and families comes from our partner of Yolo County Children's Alliance. You'll notice that these kinds of services are out of the scope of our district. These are wraparound services. These are case management services that this partnership provides to our most needy families. So we have the CEO of the Children's Alliance, who is no stranger to our district, a former board member, Katie Villegas.
Evening. Thanks for having us here today. I'm so excited because I realize we haven't done a presentation for a long, long time. So if ever to this board makeup. So thanks for having us and thanks for inviting us, Linda. The Yolo County Children's Alliance has been around for a long time. It was established by the Board of Supervisors in 2002 as the Yolo County nonprofit to kind of bring the children's serving agencies together. We were designated as a Child Abuse Prevention Council in 2003, and we were seen as the umbrella agency for all children's services throughout Yolo County. But lo and behold, I live in West Sac. I was hired in 2006 to take on the Children's Health Initiative, and you realize there weren't a lot of service providers here in West Sacramento. So we have grown hugely in West Sacramento, and the majority of our services are here, and in large part because of our partnership with the district. We've actually started on Alice Norman's site in 2010, so we've been there for 10 years, and we were probably had like 5 or 6 employees. Now we have 45 employees, and our budget has grown as well. So we don't receive funding from the school district, but we do receive in-kind facilities. We are grant funded, so we bring in the services, so we provide those for free. There is no income qualifying for our programs. You just show up and we serve you. I'm going to let Jennifer talk about the really meat of the Family Resource Center. She's our director of the Family Resource Center.
Good evening, everyone. Please bear with me. I'm a little nervous. I'm so passionate about Family Resource Center, so I'm just going to speak from the heart. So Our Family Resource Center is a one-stop shop for district families. Basically, we serve the most high-risk families in the district. We do not, we make sure that we reduce the instances of language barriers, and we also provide emergency basic support. We have staff at the Family Resource Center that speak English, Spanish, Russian, Farsi, Dari, Pashto. So we do it all at the Family Resource Center. Basically, if you want to go somewhere within your own community in the Brighton Broderick area that is not as fearful as going to the county office, that's where families go. It's a one-stop shop for all. Okay, this is a clicker thing, okay. Thanks, Ruth. So in 2019, we just wanted to give you guys some data on 2019. So 2019 alone, we provided services to 1,454 unduplicated families in West Sacramento. The way we're able to do that is we partner very closely with not just Elkhorn, Westfield, all the schools in the area. We attend the Student Services monthly meeting as one of their service providers. We work very closely with Student Services to implement our annual yearly back-to-school health fair, where we provide backpacks filled with school supplies to district students. And last year, I was just floored when we found out this number, when we did the data tracking at the end of the event. Last year, we had over 1,000 people in West Sacramento attending our back-to-school health fair. And at the day of the event, we gave away 595 backpacks filled with school supplies to K through 12 students. And the remaining backpacks that were left over, we always give back to Student Services because they experience kids moving into the district on a month-to-month or day-to-day basis. In addition to that, Student Services will call us randomly. We always have bikes on site. So Student Services will call us and say, hey, we have this kid that's been walking to school, it's cold. Is it possible for you to give this kid a bike? And we've done that many times in the past. We always have bike raffles at all of our events. So for our toy distribution, that's another services we provide to the families. Toy distribution, the one that we just had in December, we had 229 families. They came and shopped. We actually had the National Guard come and help out at that event. It was really cool. The parents were really excited. They thought the National Guards were celebrities. It was really cool to see. And then we served 701 children at our toy distribution just this December. And then we do outreach events throughout the year. We partner with your schools at different events. We distribute over 7,000 Family Resource Center newsletters throughout West Sacramento on a monthly last year. We have our newsletters here as well. Okay. One of our programs that is a basic need in West Sacramento, as many of you are aware, is our housing services program. So we've partnered quite a bit with Student Services, the social workers, in working with their families that are experiencing homelessness. Some of the families that are experiencing homelessness can go directly into the CalWorks program, but if they don't income qualify for CalWorks and they're in a situation where they're either getting evicted, we work with them in preventing that eviction. We also work with permanent housing case management, utility assistance, emergency shelters, hotel vouchers, you name it. So this is one of the programs that's been quite busy this past year. Another one that we're really excited about that we've been doing for the past, I think we're going into our 10th year of the VITA program, which is our volunteer income tax preparations program for low-income families. So last year alone, we prepared 369 tax returns for West Sacramento families and brought back over $600,000 to West Sacramento, which is also boosting the economy. We also provide full application assistance for Medi-Cal, Cover California, and any other health insurance program that our undocumented families can access. So families that are unsure about their health coverage. We'll call our Family Resource Center, and we will case manage, do what we can. We are very aware of everything that's available, and even connect them to the health clinics if they cannot, if they're not eligible for any of the public programs. CalFresh is the same thing that we do, so we encourage and we present. We encourage families that are experiencing food insecurity to apply for CalFresh. And with the CalFresh program, we also have our weekly food distribution. And we see, seriously, sometimes we see about 170 families. It's like 150 families at the Family Resource Center every Friday. I joke with my staff saying that we run a mini health fair every Friday. We provide fresh fruits and vegetables to families, and if they need any other extra assistance, we also provide emergency food vouchers where they can go to grocery outlet and purchase diapers. So diapers and formula and other things are other necessities. Another one is our workforce development program. We do a lot, you guys. So that's the WIOA program. It is a federal program. It's paid work experience. We work with the foster youth staff members at River City High School. We place in-school youth and out-of-school youth into paid work internship program. So we'll work with the restaurants in the area. We work with community gardens. We work with computer programming, computer tech businesses, and as well as restaurants. We've even placed people at the city of West Sacramento to gain work experience, and then afterwards we case manage them and help them find jobs or help them go on with their education. Okay, clicker. Another one that gets me really excited about what we do at the Family Resource Center is our award-winning parenting guides. We work with the preschools and all the schools. We distribute this every year. Natalie, our child abuse prevention coordinator, and her committee they come up with a topic every year that they would like to disseminate throughout Child Abuse Prevention Month in April. The last one that we did was weathering the storm, so basically tips that parents can do within 5 minutes to work through whatever situation is happening with their children. So we distribute that throughout the district every April. And then we also have our Nurturing Parenting program. We've been facilitating this parenting class and workshop for the past 3 years at Elkhorn Elementary School and at Westfield Elementary School. We've had a lot of parents go through and graduate. Developmental screening is also what we do with the preschool, the state preschool. So we go through and we screen all the children, 0 to 5 children, for developmental delays. And then if there's anything that we notice, we then refer them for services in case management. And then our play school experience, caregiver and me, workshops that we have at the Family Resource Center where you're learning play activities with your kids. So usually kids who go through play school experience, when they go through a play school experience, this is a weekly workshop, they are more ready to be in the kindergarten or preschool classroom. And then this is a new program that we have. We just started not just like a year ago, we just started our family strengthening program, which is in-home safety specialists that are working with CWS. So the specialists, child welfare services. So the services are provided for families who are about to be reunified with their children, or families who have been investigated and found that it was unfounded, but they still need extra support. We have in-home safety specialists going into the home and working with families that may have concern areas for social workers. So they'll create safety plans. They learn social skills like, how to interact with their children, build support networks, connect with resources, create family rules, and they also help the family. So if you're having an issue around potty training, they help the families with potty training, even preparing dinner or grocery shopping, that kind of stuff. And then the next one is a partnership with Stanford Youth Solutions. This is a community-based program for mental health services, children experiencing mental health service, so we have staff that will go into the home or the school and work with children that are eligible for these services. Our upcoming community outreach and support and community programs, our back-to-school health fair usually is the weekend before school starts for Washington Unified School District. Our homeless resource fair is coming up in April. And then our community giveaway day. We are in the 14th year of facilitating our community giveaway day, which actually started at Westfield Elementary School. The first year of that was at Westfield Elementary School. All right. I hope I wasn't speaking too fast. Any questions?
Vice President Posada.
Yeah, so I was looking at this and I was like, wow, you guys provide a lot. I mean, thank you. That's all I can say is thank you so much for all the services you provide to our families, because these kids grow up and they go into our schools, or they're in our community now. So thank you so much for that. As we are looking at our school facilities, master's plans, and so forth, one of the things I noticed on the consent agenda under contracts, under 0.4, and the reason why I pulled it was an MOU with you guys, and it was only for a year and a half. I'm guessing that's probably not long enough for you. Is that, because that doesn't seem like that's a very long enough period of time if you're asked to move at any given time. A year and a half, you'd have to start looking now, right?
Well, yeah. And we love being at the school district. We love being on site, and we totally appreciate you recognizing this. It costs us money to move. We're buying infrastructure. You know, we're doing tenant improvements and cubicles and whatnot, and that's thousands of dollars. Right. And so while we love the new site, we wish that was a little bit longer.
Yeah, okay. I'll keep that in mind as we take 04 up. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'll share. Thank you for your presentation and getting to hear all of the ways that you have even expanded since hearing from you last. It's been years now, but I took my daughter to one of your preschool experiences, toddler experiences, and as you said, there's not an income requirement, so families just come in and it's very welcoming. And while my daughter did not speak the language that many of the students in the room spoke, they just all were playing and people are feeding her snacks. And, you know, it was just a really beautiful space and community. And the families who are there, you could tell that that they are there for a sense of community and to gain skills for their kids and to have their kids have positive experiences. And anytime you're at Riverbank, you will see that if it's on a Friday, right, you'll see that long line all the way around for everyone waiting for food as well. You'll see the kids all playing outside while their families are also getting services. And so anytime I go by, I always see it buzzing with excitement as well. Will that move? Will the food distribution move when you move then?
Yes, everything will move.
Okay. Luckily then it's just around the corner.
It
So
is,
it's not
and
far.
it's actually a safer spot because they're behind a fence, and I
Sure.
think we looked at different sites with the maintenance folks, and it is actually a much better, more doable on rainy days. We do it rain, shine, 110 degrees every Friday. I think we miss a few for holidays, but it's every Friday, so
Okay.
it's a big deal, and the ability to go under a roof or something when the weather's bad is very, very helpful.
And as I think about that space right now, then it's where you will be. What will that look like in terms of the separation, or where folks line up, or do you have a sense of that now?
It's a great question, and we are literally working with the school district to make sure that we're kept separate, because that was an issue last time we were there, and one of the reasons why we ended up moving to Bright. But we think it's really important for our clients and families to be separate from the preschool as well. Although I think they're just going to be walking around the corner and coming to our, that's
They
usually
will.
where we get our families, but.
Can I ask a facility question in terms of the portable that there is now? Would that be the type of portable that would be destroyed, condemned upon leaving? Would it be resold? That's my question right now in terms of what that is like now.
Which portable is that?
The portable that currently the Children's Alliance is using.
So the Children's Alliance portables, as well as the other portables on the Bright campus, have all actually surpassed what is considered their useful life. No, we've struggled to find anybody that's willing to, I don't even know if purchase or take them away, because they actually are quite expensive to dispose of. But all of those portables are scheduled for disposal at the end of this year.
Okay. Yeah, and so we want children, community members in a safe, and your employees in a safe place. And so I think that this is a good move.
We do too.
Trustee Alcala.
Thank you. On the food pantry and the food vouchers, what kind of proof do you require? I know some places they have to show proof of residency.
We say that you have to show proof of residency, but anyone that comes in, we serve. Everyone that comes in, we know that they're from West Sacramento. They've been accessing services at the Family Resource Center for years. They are connected with the staff. The staff has case managed them through several crises. So it is like a family environment, and people feel safe, especially with everything that's going on with public charge and all the stuff in the news. So.
Okay, thank you. And just the second question. Do you, by any chance, have just a chronology of the number of, from inception, when was it, 2002, Katie? The Children's Alliance
That would be
started
a
all the way
good
through?
number.
I'd just be sort of curious just to
Thousands.
see how many more people you're servicing now.
Oh, thousands. We serve, well, and you're talking about only our West Sacramento numbers, but we serve, in Clarksburg, Knights Landing, and Woodland and Davis. It's thousands, though. The last number,
It's over 6,000 last year.
just last year alone, it was 6,000.
So you service West Sac and where else? Clarksburg, you said, and
Clarksburg, Woodland, Knights Landing. Davis.
Okay.
With different programs. We also have a home visiting program that we didn't really talk about as well, that's eligible and now funded by different cities. Davis and Woodland actually help participate in sponsoring a home visitor to do in-home services for new moms. It's awesome.
And that's what I was going to ask. That's the second part of the question. Would you have to have a child in order to qualify for the, okay.
We let anybody in. And, really, we hire our moms that work with us. We know them, and it is like a family, and the staff are from the community. So we have kids that went to high school with my kids, that have worked with us for 6 years, and just awesome. It's just a great community, and it's really, the staff are very invested as well as the families.
Yeah, I was just wondering, because I know a lot of grandparents are raising their grandkids nowadays, and just, okay.
We actually have a lot of grandparents come to our Friday food distribution. And, just recently, CalFresh was expanded to folks on Social Security. So that's a new thing. Before, they didn't have money to pay for food, and we had a lot of grandparents. I think they still come.
They still come for food.
It's not enough, so.
Good job. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. I was going to ask if you could describe or discuss what wraparound services were, but I think after that, I don't think that's necessary.
No.
Because it literally means everything. So whatever a family would need, they can pretty much get it from you guys.
And our case managers, if we don't do it, we'll find out who does. So, from domestic violence, to restraining orders, things like that, our partner agencies come in and help us with that kind of thing. I can't think of another.
Yeah, one thing that I forgot to highlight is our relationship with ESL services through the school district. I'm not sure if you're all aware of the apartment complex called West Gateway Place. It has a high percentage of Afghan refugees, and we also provide services there. So we've been able to really work with the school district in making sure that the kids are doing their homework, and we're teaching parents that this is what it means for your child to go to school in the USA. This is what it means when someone is having behavioral stuff. This is what mental health services are. This is what domestic violence is. So we've been working closely at that apartment complex for the last 3 years, and one of your district staff provides services to the students there. There's a teacher that actually stepped up to the plate to do intensive tutoring. And she's from Afghanistan, speaks the language. She does intensive tutoring to selected children on Tuesdays and Thursdays at the apartment complex.
Wow. Wow. It's impressive. Any other questions? Thank you for that very thorough presentation of your services. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Board of Trustees, this is our program review of the services of students age 0 to 5, and then you see it also expands to our entire families according to their needs. So that moves us then to into which the board is committed to reviewing all of the campuses of our school, of our entire school district. So we thought it would be appropriate, after hearing the program review of preschool, to review the campus of Alice Norman, which is where Head Start and Yolo County Children's Alliance is moving to, in addition to that neighborhood of Riverbank and also the Bright campus. So we'll leave that with the board to openly discuss.
I had a quick comment on the preschool, and that is just on our board agenda. If it can just be updated when you read the write-up, it does not show all of the state preschool programs. It has, blank for them, if that could all be updated. And then I just wanted to reiterate that every preschool program that we heard tonight is part of the internship program as well. They're all listed as high-quality preschools. Ours are, of course, as our Head Start. And so I want to make that plug as well. And then with that, on the City of West Sacramento side, when they talk about our certified quality preschools, one is just inaccurate, so maybe we could let them know since it is on one of our school district sites. It says Head Start at Early College Prep, and so we don't call it that anymore, and that's what we have. So let's get that changed, please. All right, thank you. That's all for preschool.
Good evening, trustees. Good to see everybody this evening. Colleagues, community members, I'm just here actually to provide any information that I might as you continue to review the facilities master plan. We asked that the board accept the facilities master plan in December of this past year. I can say this past year now, it was only a few weeks ago. And of course, to give you some time to read and review it. And then we're going to come back at each board meeting and give the board opportunity to discuss or ask any questions or have any discussion about a certain set of different facilities. So tonight was agendized Alice Norman, Riverbank, and Bright. You're of course welcome to go anywhere beyond that if you'd like. I have the whole plan with me. It's a nice hefty document, as you know. But with that, I'm here to be a resource for you this evening.
Just quickly.
Vice President Pizzatti.
Thank you. Well, I know we're going to be addressing some of these items in our committee facilities, our community facilities master plan. I guess that's what, next Tuesday?
14th.
14th, next Tuesday, right? Wednesday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
I think it's Tuesday, isn't it?
Tuesday.
14th?
So are we going to address, in the committee, are we going to address even things that we're discussing today, or are we going to go and address the ones that have not been talked about at a board meeting?
So the purpose of the facilities committee is to look at the plan in total.
Okay.
To have an understanding of what the plan is communicating as far as a strategic plan as well as a purposeful plan and what the options in that plan are, and then to actually recommend action to the board from that committee as far as the priority options presented in the plan, the underutilized sites, and the decisions that need to be made there, as well as any potential funding, which would imply as is clearly outlined in the plan, a bond, since no other funding sources are available to the district at this time.
Right, okay, so that's good. In terms of Alice Norman and the Yolo County Children's Alliance, like I said, I read 0.4. There was an MOU for a year and a half in there under the consent agenda. I'm going to ask that we extend that to 5 years. And I understand why you would want it for a short period of time, considering what are we going to do with a bond if we actually get a bond pass, if we actually go out to renovate our school sites. But in terms of what we're receiving from YCCA and the benefits that we get, that facility is going to be a ideal facility for now. In terms of the construction time, you know, and the time that we're going to look at building if we actually were able to pass a bond, you know, and whether or not that site is a priority list site, a top priority list site, I don't think it is. So in terms of that, extending the period beyond a year and a half to, you know, so say 5 years, seems to be more relevant than it does, or at least more beneficial to us from the services we receive from YCCA than putting them in a position where they may have to start looking now in order to try and find another facility that will suit their needs as well as the site does.
So there's some steps in there. So Katie and I had actually had some communication about that. You have a number of programs that have MOUs. They all expire at the same time at Alice Norman, and so that was why YCCA's expiration date is the same as all of the County Office of Education programs there. Until the board receives the plan formally, you're correct that there is nothing significant happening at Alice Norman, and so we can extend those agreements for an additional 3 years past what they've already been authorized. But to do that without the boards receiving the plan, reviewing it, and agreeing that indeed they don't want to do anything with Alice Norman, that's sort of what we need to hear from the board, which is what the plan suggests.
Okay, well, I'm going to recommend to the board that we change what is in 0.4 under the year and a half to at least, or not at least, but to 5 years, so that we can take action on that and give you direction to enter into a contract with them. That's just my personal preference. That's a discussion that we can have in 0.4 if we want to have that. But I don't see any reason to put them in a position of feeling uncertain, as it seems like from many of our families, we've heard a lot about uncertainty. So I would rather, you know, provide a provider to our community with a certain amount of, I guess, confidence that they're going to have a place in our community for a good deal of time.
Is there anything that would that would prevent extending that out? I know you said all the other contracts are expiring around the same time.
No, but remember that the facilities master plan was an objective evaluation of everything, and so until the board has time to review and accept that plan, it's not really. We didn't certainly want to contradict anything that the plan might have found. However, you do have also all of our other partner agencies being housed at Alice Norman that we did not renew agreements until the facilities master plan came to that conclusion, and they are eager as well for an extension. And so everybody's agreements end at the same date until, like I said, the board indicated approval of what the plan was recommending, which for Alice Norman in particular was correctly not a whole lot. And so the board needed to accept it and then indicate to staff, myself in particular, that they would be interested in having all of those different partners continue on for 3 years past the agreement date, which is June of 2021, which would bring them out to June of 2024, I believe. And if that's direction that the board's ready to do tonight before accepting the plan, that's fine with me as well.
Okay, so let me, for clarification, so just to make sure it's clear in my mind. So as of right now, all the agreements for the programs that are being housed at Alice Norman Those are currently set to expire in 2021.
Correct.
Okay.
June 30th,
June 30th,
2021.
2021.
Correct.
Okay.
And just to clarify, so we were putting agreements in place. All the agreements had actually expired in 2016.
Fair enough.
Can I ask a quick question? I'm sorry. Can I ask a quick question then, President Jackson? Then why is it under under our contracts on 04? The contracts, it says Yolo County Children's Alliance. I know I'm jumping out of order. We should be talking about this in 04. But why in 04 does it say a contract and the duration is 12/17/19, 6/30/2021, and there's no other MOU or contract for any of the other groups that are at our other site, that are at the other site. So this is the only one that is in there.
It's the only one that had expired. All of the others are current until June 30th of 2021.
Okay, I get
This one
what you're saying.
This one had expired 3 years ago, and it was an oversight of the district not to have renewed it.
I see.
Okay.
I have a question.
Trustee Alcala.
Thank you. Children's Alliance, so if we move them over into Alice Norman, how many staff currently are at that location? And will that be the same number, or are we bringing more people in?
We are not. So we have sized the staff at Alice Norman to accommodate the Yolo County Office of Education. Children's Alliance does not partake of our nutrition services. They do not partake of our custodial services. They provide their own. The benefit to them relocating, and we've actually been working on this for a couple of months already, so we are modifying the campus slightly to provide separation that our presenters earlier this evening, Dr. Benno and Gail Nadal, mentioned. They have worked together before. These aren't new relationships. They will be sharing some space and scheduling it themselves for meetings. And they will, of course, benefit from the district's utilities, as well as we've offered to provide internet access. And so that's one of the big benefits of going over there. The portables that they're located in now, I'm not quite sure how good it is, if it even exists, because they're quite aged at this point.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Clerk, or was that? Sarah?
All right. So that helps a little bit then, understanding this contract piece, because I think the idea, knowing that this was a district oversight, keeping things similar dates, I see the importance of that. And I see the importance of making sure that our county Head Start program is looped in with that. We want all of, we want, I feel, to be a hub for families to serve them. It's a perfect facility for it, and for that to be a long-term piece.
And the physical therapy units and medical units are there as well.
Yeah, so maybe that is a conversation to have with all of them, is my thought in this as we go. Too. But when I look at the Alice Norman Education Center, and the reason I asked a question earlier, and they had said, because when you go by, and I'm on that facility, and I go into hasn't been long that I've been on their playground, and it seems like a good space, a good spot for kids to play, nice and safe, good shade. But it does say one of the priorities expressed by stakeholders, I'm on our facility plan, is outdoor campus play area, more shade. But that doesn't seem to be a pressing need when you look at some of our other school sites in terms of their play space. I mean, it's a nice space for kids, and they just mentioned their upgrades that they've done. So I guess that felt, it was surprising to me to read that they thought that that stakeholders felt that an outdoor play area needed to be there, unless I'm missing something.
They actually have two. So we are also refencing the former preschool SDC playground to be accessible for the Head Start program as well. They have expanded to infant and toddler care. We are doing nutrition services and custodial for those groups as well. And so there are two shaded playgrounds that they have access to. When you ask for input and in the facilities master plan, and thanks for that transition, the facilities master plan, what community input provides, which was part of the process, versus what an evaluation of the architects and the engineers and useful life and maintenance might have overlap, like a Venn diagram, or they might be completely different. And sometimes when you ask folks, well, what would you like to have that you don't have, it becomes a bit more of a blue sky activity rather than a what do we really need. So you're right, asking somebody to identify needs at a campus that frankly is in very good repair and is well maintained. Versus some of our campuses that have not had that attention, at times it becomes a little bit of a more blue sky activity.
Okay. So my feelings then are the Alice Norman site in terms of identifying funding is not a priority for needing high needs at this time as we look at the plan. I think it's fair. And then a question is, when I looked at Riverbank, and I apologize, I didn't ask you this beforehand, but one of the top priorities is providing drinking water in classrooms. And so I'm just making sure I know all of our pipes have been tested for lead. I'm trying to understand what that means.
Yeah, so those are different questions, but I will answer both of them. So yes, all of the pipes for drinking water in the school district have been lead tested. They were tested 5 years ago, they were tested 3 years ago, and then we updated any tests this past year. They have all passed.
Great.
That doesn't mean that we don't update them as we come across old pipes. So for example, the Fallbrook campus, we will be doing some new pipes with the modernization and the construction there because it's just time to do that. And when you have children off a campus, it's more ideal with all the deep trenching and ripping out of old pipes and whatnot. What that's referring to, so this plan actually has a lot of dimensions to it. So the executive summary distills all that data and it's giving you different lenses. So I'm going to use a hypothetical example that doesn't apply to Riverbank, but you'll get the example very quickly from what I say. So one of the top data points that you'll see community gave input to at all of our K-8 sites except Riverbank, so it's a good example to use because we'll treat it a little differently, was that everybody at the K-8 sites wanted their own gymnasium. And that's a great thing, except building a $36 million building for an average of 1.5 FTE per campus means that nothing else was going to be done. So the things that have to happen is you cross-reference the community input, the staff input, with the actual facilities grading that we did with our architects and engineers, as well as all of the finances available from the state in the matching and as well as the new construction grants to get a realistic picture of what's possible at a site. So you don't want to exclude data points because data is always good to look at. It might present new ideas or a different perspective, but it doesn't mean everything is doable. So the point that was brought up in the drinking fountains, to try to bring it full circle back to what was requested at Riverbank, was the desire to have drinking fountains and water fillers in every classroom. So just because that's a desire that's expressed doesn't necessarily mean that the funding or it's a top priority for a facility, but we don't want to just eliminate it from the data set.
But there is a sink in every classroom.
That's correct. But water filling stations are becoming very popular and actually.
You can put your water bottle underneath for free.
And water filling stations are called out for every site,
yeah,
but in the common areas, not in every classroom.
Okay, but it's not a safety in terms of water issue.
Correct, but it might have been expressed as far as it would be really cool to have one in my classroom, and we didn't want to just exclude that data point.
Okay. And then I have, sorry, I'll do my last one. And then also at Riverbank, I'm looking at some of the preschool and early childhood pieces it talks about upgrading, but to me, that's one of the best, unless I'm missing, I know there's a couple classrooms that are outside of the sort of kindergarten area, but I think Head Start, TK and kindergarten are in that space. So I was, that was also surprising to me to see that needed any improvements, because on that facility, I think that is what has gotten the most improvements, was that building. So what am I missing there?
You aren't. So the only actual need from an engineering facility standpoint, again, versus maybe what people want, is that the play surface that, you know how it's supposed to have a certain amount of give, so that's a play surface that was actually put in that has a certain amount of give for children in case of slips, trips, and falls. And it needs to be replaced because it's hardening, which does happen in this climate over time. But other than that, that facility is, you're right, it's one of the nicer ones for kindergarten, preschool, and TK.
But other schools just have bark on their kindergarten playground.
That's correct. That one,
Okay.
that one, and one other actually got the. I can't remember the name of the product, but it's like a little bit of
turf.
a give.
Okay, okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Sure.
Thank you for that.
And we have to test those annually to make sure they still have enough give. And the reason I know it needs to be replaced in the next couple of years, those tests are coming back that it's hardening.
Okay, thank
The stuff that doesn't harden is dirt. Pretty much maintains its same flexibility. So, in going with the facilities master plan, then, since we're talking about Alice Norman right now, let's go ahead and let's jump onto that facility then real quick. Because I think the ones that we have on the agenda for tonight, Alice Norman, Riverbank, and Bright, two out of those three, I think we can safely say that the work that will be required on out of those three sites is pretty minimal at best, correct?
We have some portables to remove, as I mentioned earlier, and that's why we're trying to move some things around so we can take care of that. And we've actually, all of the Alice Norman programs have now been moved into permanent classrooms as well, so that in the next year or two, we can also start taking care of the old portables on that side.
Now, what would be the cost? What's the cost that we would have to incur in order to remove?
It actually varies. You might remember that earlier this year, we tried to sell some portables to a company until they saw how expensive it was to buy portables and relocate them. They backed out. We're still looking to try to find somebody willing.
$1. That's how much.
I would be happy to find somebody, because just demolishing a portable is between $30,000 and $60,000, depending upon where the portable is located and the construction, and then to actually remove the utilities, and then to put something back in where the portable was, whether that's bark or grass or dirt, as you mentioned, which is a cheap alternative, but people in the campus don't tend to like that alternative, is usually all said and done between $60,000 and $100,000 per portable.
Now, what about, instead of removing the portables, is there an option stayed, if I don't know, maybe just throw a can of gasoline in the match inside and let the fire department have some practice?
I can neither endorse nor deny.
I'm not supporting arson, but I'm just saying.
I appreciate that, yeah.
Donating the portables that need to be removed or demolished, would there be an added cost to donate them to the local fire department for them to have some training?
The biggest part with a portable is that until we relinquish ownership, we're required to be responsible for the safe transportation and removal of the portable, because they're actually technically our property, of course. So for example, the company that we were attempting to get to buy them last year, the reason that they backed out was because of the insurance that's required to actually transport a portable is considerable, especially as old as the ones that we have are, because they tend to deteriorate when you move them and transport them. And so there's a possibility that something happens in trying to transport them. So is it possible to donate them? Yes, but then there is still a cost in removing them and transporting them if somebody was willing to do that. In other words, it's not a free donation. It's like me saying, hey, you can have this great thing for $1, and it's going to cost you $30,000 to move it.
Yeah, but my question is saying, hey, fire department, we have these portables here on this campus. Want to practice?
They couldn't do that on our campus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
They would have to move them first, which is costly.
Gotcha. So they just couldn't set them ablaze where they are and have fun with them and then do the cleanup? Okay. Well, I mean, that was a good try.
No.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like a cost-effective measure for me. I mean, yeah. I'd see it.
I really wish there was an easy answer to all of the portables that we built out in the district, but there really isn't. The other reason we just don't want to leave them there vacant until they fall is they add capacity to the district, which is actually one of the problems that we're having with funding and classroom distribution, is that all of that classroom capacity counts on the district's books. Yeah. So currently, because of all of the empty space we have, we, according to the state, have capacity for 6,000 more students than are even enrolled in the district right now.
Right, okay. So then moving along with Alice Norman then, from the list that I see that the major items identified, and I'm just stabbing at the dark here and trying to interpret this, I mean, because believe it or not, I actually did try to read this thing over Christmas break, to which my in-laws looked at me like I was crazy when they saw, what is that? It's a facilities master plan, huh?
Yeah.
But looking at the things that are or need to repair, a lot of it seems, particularly at Alice Norman, or with the exception of maybe the kitchen, it seems like most things on that campus are kind of superficial. I'd say with the exception of maybe the kitchen and then the gutters and downspouts that probably are needed to help maintain the integrity of the roof, I would imagine.
That's correct. And even the gutters and downspouts are largely visual at this point. It's not posing a risk to the structure or the integrity of the building. It's more of a cosmetic issue. The kitchen even, I'm happy to bring any of you over there if you'd ever like to go in. It is the original 1947 kitchen, but we only have one person there preparing meals for about 100 3 to 5-year-olds every day, and it's been more than adequate. So there's nothing that's urgently needed at Alice Norman at this point.
Okay. So, and I asked this when we first got this, and I'll ask it again. As we are going through trying to digest this, and I think the way that Superintendent Luna has proposed that we do this is by taking a couple sites at each board meeting and having a discussion on each site. Because obviously, it's, as I learned, it's not very easy to kind of go through this thing and try and read it as a book. What's the best way, would you suggest that we go through these? And
it really, I wish there were an easy way. So in the past time that I've been with you, the only reason that I'm able to read this and make sense of it is because this is all data that I've had to become personally very familiar with, more so than I typically have had to in a district, because it's a small district, so I have to sort of really know it inside and out. And that's why we formatted it in the way we did. This was the way that we thought we could format it to make it easier to digest in sort of a narrative format and then site by site. But essentially, the 3 sites that we're looking at tonight, the recommendations are coming back that you're correct, that you're reading that Alice Norman and Bright, really, other than cleaning up some of the portables, don't have any further needs that are being identified in this plan, particularly given their current use. In fact, Bright is still going to be a little underutilized until those programs continue to grow to full size. So I'm guessing in the next 5 years, it'll be much more fully utilized. And then Riverbank, actually on the northern portion of the district, has seen the most investment from the district. I was actually just talking to some of the parents that were here earlier this evening, talking about Riverbank, the head of the PTO, and he said it's really a nice campus. He was curious about the facilities portion. And he just pointed out that, of course, there's some portables over there that have aged out as well. But it's a campus, again, in good repair that we've invested quite a bit of money in maintaining. So there's nothing super urgent as compared to some of the other campuses that are highlighted in the plan.
okay. Well, then let's, unless there's other questions about Alice Norman, then let's go ahead and let's flip back over to Riverbank then. And talk about that campus. Because looking at, and going through this, the top 5 priorities for this campus, for the stakeholders were replace classroom portables on campus, provide taller security fence, provide drinking water in classrooms and play areas. When I read that one, I would have assumed that would have been for the kinder classrooms, because I know we've had this prior discussions as far as the adequacy of the current kinder facilities on that campus, with some of them being outside, a couple of the classrooms being outside of the designed fenced-in area for the kinder programs and being housed in some of the regular classrooms. Correct. Where the kids have to walk out and down the hallway to use the big kid bathrooms.
Yep.
So I would have thought that that would have applied to that, but apparently not. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Then repave and replace hard top asphalt with new sports equipment, which, and then provide lunch and play areas, shading and seating.
Yep.
So with that, and then if I compare this, so when I was going through this over break and kind of reading through these, I was kind of trying to read through them through the lenses of the priority items that we had established for the different sites in our district. And I'm not sure how the committee is going to look through it, but so when I looked at these and through the lens of, okay, well, equity was being one of the top priorities, which I think as far as the facilities are concerned, that should be our number one priority, is making sure that all of our campuses are equitable, regardless of where they're located. I mean, perfect example that I can think of that comes with another school that will come up later is that I see some big discrepancies that say like Elkhorn, as far as like their playground equipment, their playground area is completely, in my opinion, is completely inadequate compared to schools on the south side of town where I'm at. So like at Stonegate or Bridgeway or Southport, the playgrounds are completely different. In my opinion, that playground there should be completely redesigned and knocked down and started over from an equitable standpoint. Now at Riverbank, I know it's been said that there's been already a lot of money that has been spent in this school. But since you've actually have digested this a lot more than we have, is there anything that stands out from that lens for you that needs to be addressed as of a pressing concern at Riverbank?
So I have a lot of opinions. However, that's why we had an objective plan done. From a look at Riverbank and trying to mesh it with the plan, the thing that's standing out, so you're talking about a lot of the outdoor play areas. Riverbank actually has a very nice one behind the existing cafeteria, MPR, gymnasium, as well as in the early childhood education area. The area that's being identified here is interesting. It's the area in front of the gymnasium where you'll see a bank of 12 portables, which are, by the way, the oldest portables in the school district, 38 years old. And they need to be replaced with something. 3 of them we're using for storage at this point. However, that's also coincided with an overtime, a significant declining enrollment at Riverbank, so that's the reason we've been able to empty them and not use them for students. But if you look at that portable area, where there's those portables, if they could be removed and that area rebuilt, that's also an awful lot of asphalt and concrete that for the upper grade levels really should be redesigned. So the upper grade levels don't tend to be out there running around on the playground as we see the playground. They want the sports areas and the areas to run around, but we don't have any grass that we've maintained, green space, as well as nice court areas. All of that could happen where those current portables and all of that asphalt is. So that's really, I think, what they're talking about in here as far as the restriping. And I will tell you, it's not just restriping that needs to be done. Asphalt gets to a certain age where you just have to re-asphalt and redo it. So I think that's what they're referring to here, but you're absolutely correct, which is why when you look at the priority area of equity, Riverbank has far fewer equity projects versus Westfield and Elkhorn, which have not had the investment over time that, for example, Riverbank has had, or Bright, or Alice Norman.
Right. Okay, so I was trying to visualize the point. I understand the portables you're talking. So right as you come up the stairs
to the left,
walk to the left as you're walking towards the gym. All those portables on the left-hand side.
Correct.
So most of those are sitting right now. Currently, are empty.
The first. Sorry, I do too much of this out of memory, but the first 2 are being used by before and after school care programs. The next 2 are empty and being used as storage. The 2 after that are being used for 6th grade, and then on the back side, you have your 7th and 8th grade classes.
Okay.
And then there's also a restroom portable in there. There's another one, but.
Okay.
The front 6 are the ones that are the oldest ones in the district.
Gotcha. Okay. Now, looking at the map here, it's, even I guess intuitively, I probably knew this, and I guess it kind of answered our question that we had earlier about there not being a track there. Now, I can actually see that there actually is one here on the map, that at one point in time, I don't even know if that remnant is even still there. Right, but that park is, but Bright Park is still a part of Riverbank, correct?
So the district owns that property. That's correct. That's part of the MOU that we maintain with the city, and they maintain that area as a park. So if you look at the white dotted line that separates the Bright Park from the Riverbank campus, that's actually a fence that was put up so that there is separation between the students and between daytime community use, because that park is open to the community during the day as well.
Interesting. And is a similar type of situation at Elkhorn too, isn't it?
Elkhorn is an evening use only park. So that park is used by our students during school hours, and it's open after school hours for community use.
I see, okay.
Same concept that we've put the grant in for the Fallbrook campus.
All right. Okay. So in terms of facilities and in terms of quality of the facilities, then, would you say then that Riverbank is pretty much on par equity-wise as to some of our other schools in our district?
Depending upon which priorities, if any, the board decides to take of the 5 priorities that we outlined in the plan, the orange classrooms that I identified, the portables, I would say are some of the poorer portables in the district. However, we're only using about half of them at this point because of the enrollment decline at Riverbank. So at some point in the next 10 years, those are going to have to be addressed.
Right, so
outside the portables, the answer is yes.
Okay. All right.
Can I ask one question? It was in the write-up too, about the restroom that is in the staff, when you first go in the office. And I think there's only one restroom, and I imagine it's not ADA compliant because you can hardly fit in it. I mean,
it's not.
So, and is that the only restroom in the office? Do you know?
There are 2.
Okay, so that just comes to mind in terms of
One that's ADA
compliance as a thought. And then, of course, the portables and having a safe place.
And so here's the other thing to keep in mind with DSA. Once we touch anything in a building, we have to redo the whole building.
Go to code, right?
Correct. And so the reason that restroom hadn't been brought up to code previously was because if we touch just the restroom, the entire building has to be brought up, which means at that point you reconfigure the entire building, because that building is not a particularly helpful configuration.
As long as there's a bathroom that's accessible in that area.
Yep.
And you're saying there is?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, we ran into that issue at my school, which is why my desk sits 3 feet off the ground. But that's a personal issue.
It levitates?
No, because our floor used to be 4 feet up and higher, but then when they renovated our gym, because the locker room was connected to the gym, they said that they had to knock the floor in our office down. So now my desk, I sit on a 32-inch chair on bed risers. But anyway, so, all right. Any other questions about Riverbank? All right, and I think we all pretty much know the status of Bright. I mean, I think Bright's...
It's looking really nice.
Yeah, Bright's...
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Very nice.
And if anyone has not had a chance to go through the classrooms at Bright, I would highly recommend you do it.
Very nice.
I mean, it's pretty doggone impressive, the classrooms over on that campus. That's a very nice facility.
And it was the second project we completed that we came in under budget, so we have a good construction partner now.
That's fantastic.
Can I make a point about Bright? And just, I don't know, the facility, as you talk about facilities and think about monies and revenue, and not that this would to be a moneymaker, but it's such a great kitchen, and thinking of community partnerships, and I've said this story before, you know, but I've gone to homes to pick up tamales and looked at the facility, you know, and, you know, probably not meeting health standards, and that is an amazing kitchen, and it would. And so I could just see if there was a way to partner on a Saturday a month or something where the community could come in and use that kitchen. I know places do this, and then that they could go and sell their food. I think that there is just, it's such a nice kitchen, and I look at all these people that are not using it, and I see it
Actually, that's completely possible.
because it's open on the weekends. I mean,
so-
it's beautiful.
So
And
the
it's
side
Pittsburgh.
conversations that Dr. Parsons and I have, I don't know if you're aware of it, but we both grew up in the restaurant business. And so it's the nicest facility we've ever seen, even considering that we've worked in a lot of professional ones. But there's all sorts of possibilities with that. So it is a large facility for the amount of student utilization it gets. We have actually had community groups ask about those things. However, until we had middle college settled there and our CTE, my letters are just going all over the place. CTE pathways fully built out and figured out the logistics of that, I don't think it was time to be able to figure out what else we can do before we figured out what to do with it ourselves. However, you do have all sorts of options with the facility that's been built there, because it is certainly not utilized to its potential at this point.
Yeah, even university extension classes, I don't know, UC Davis, offer all kinds of. All right. So, if there's no more questions on either of those campuses,
Move on.
sure this was probably pretty painless for you. So.
Well, I do like to remind folks, this is not a plan I wrote, right? And there's even things, you should have heard the debates when we came up with the priorities and even some of the things. So remember, this is a plan developed by architects, engineers, and basically state standards. So there's lots of stuff to be discussed or even intensely discussed, including the recommendations, because what they're going to recommend to a school district is probably the most clearly aligned with your priorities, but also in some ways the most conservative, because they want to make sure that they're recommending something as solid as possible. So there's lots of things that can be discussed by the Facilities Committee, which of course they have a role in then making recommendations to the board.
All right. And Superintendent Lund, I'm not sure, do we have the next grouping of schools that we're planning to bring up for the next board meeting?
We can always change for the identification of the groupings for the next board meeting, whatever the board wishes. Otherwise, I'll just choose the next 3 campuses just going up the city. So if that was the case, then we would talk about Elkhorn and Westfield. I think we'll just use those 2 because there's going to be a lot to talk about.
Okay.
We can throw the district office in there too. It's another.
Yeah, that'll be coming after this.
That should be one all into itself.
Okay, so then why don't we go ahead then and just plan for having Elkhorn and Westfield as our next 2
That's
sites.
perfect,
To
perfect.
discuss. And then that way, kind of gives, as the committee moves forward with their first meeting, they have, maybe they can use that as a starting point to bring some talking points back from what the committee discusses at that meeting. And then that way, once we agendize it, we can put that on the agenda so that if community members from those schools would like to come.
That's a good idea.
And express concerns that they may have that are not addressed, or that they want to be sure that are addressed for those particular campuses as they come up for discussion on the facilities master plan. That way we can, make sure that we get as many people involved in this process as possible. And then it also gives us an opportunity to be able to go through it in advance and identify any other questions or concerns that may come up as we go through this process. Because at the end, I think that's probably the best way to digest this behemoth of a document as best as we possibly can, to try and then be able to make the best informed decision as we possibly can when it comes to approving this.
And the Facilities Committee will be going through it, especially as far as how it's put together and all of the different options in much more detail, and those are obviously public meetings as well as if folks would like to attend.
Right. Okay. Great. All right. So we'll move on to, consent agenda.
I'm gonna continue to withhold on our poll 04. And I don't know if it's in anybody's interest, because I don't want to keep the Yolo County Children's Alliance here any longer than I have to. If we could move 04 to action item 1, so we'll take
Already
it up.
done.
All right, well, good.
All
With
right.
that, I move.
Vice President presiding moves to approve the consent agenda. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, consent agenda is approved.
All right.
P, action items. Now, P1, ratification of contracts under $35,000. Mr. Montbenitez.
The consent item?
Yeah.
Yes.
I believe I've already heard the discussion, if any direction is sort of forthcoming from the four of you.
I do. So I'm going to make a motion that we extend YCCA's MOU to I just had it up. 6/30/2021, and that's the motion for that action. And then once the other, I would give direction, I would say we should give direction to extend the other MOUs at the site to the same date that YCCA has. And my rationale is that, as Trustee Kirby Gonzalez said, that we should have all of them having the same expiration date. But because we're addressing a mistake now, does not mean we should limit Yolo County Children's Alliance to a date that is curtailed by someone else's MOU. And so the rationale is that that's 6/30/2021 is when Head Start's MOU ends. Is that what you're saying?
All of the county programs.
Right,
there.
okay.
Yep.
So we shouldn't limit and make it a hardship for YCCA just based on what Head Start has. But what we should do is look to extend Head Start to what YCCA has at, say, 6/30/2025.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, let me just to clarify. The reason, well, obviously, we know that the reason why theirs is coming was in the contracts because there was a mistake that was made, it was overlooked, it needed to be updated. But if I'm not mistaken, what you had said is that once the facility master's plan is completed and is approved, then we could go ahead and extend out all those.
Correct.
Contracts at the
So the
same
reason
time.
we didn't extend anybody when they requested was because we were in the middle of the study. None of us knew what the outcome was going to be for any campus. And so for the board to accept the plan calls for essentially, as Trustee Pizzati pointed out, nothing to occur at Alice Norman. And so then you could consider going beyond the dates of all of our existing MOUs, which is June 30th, 2021, and adding 3 years onto them and making it 24 if you want to do another 4 years. However, I would caution going out too far because your useful life of MOUs and monitoring them has been an issue in the district. So I would keep them consistent.
I'm fine with 2024, that's okay with me. But I guess my point was that as we went through and we looked at Alice Norman, that didn't seem to have any high priority items that needed addressing. Therefore, the only thing that we would potentially use Alice Norman for is an overflow school if we're going to switch things around. But and have to renovate a certain campus. I get the idea behind that, and at least that's where I think probably Chris's head is at on this. But I just, based on the benefit that we receive from the Children's Alliance, there's no reason why we should curtail their operation or have them starting to look now for a facility, because that's a certain amount of, that's an incredible amount of uncertainty. Considering they don't know what our facilities master plan is going to look like, and it's very hard for them to find a spot that suits all of their needs. So my motion is, and I'll make the motion to 2024 as 6/30/2024 for YCCA.
I'll ask you just to hold off, pause that motion for 1 second, 'cause I have a question for you, just as on the devil's advocate side, and not, because I completely agree with you as far as what it goes with in terms of the services that they provide and the value of their program. Can't discount that or can't place how much value on that there is on that at all. My question would be, is there any harm in waiting until, because we'll probably get through the facilities master plan, what would you say, Superintendent Luna? It would take us, maybe 6 weeks?
I would say it would probably take the next 3 board meetings. So by the end of February,
So
we
to
should be
extend it
done.
hold off on that until we get a chance to kind of go through everything, get the whole master plan approved, and then at that approval of the master plan, going ahead and then extending that same extension to all the programs at that facility at the same time.
Well, all the programs are currently under contract. This is the one that's not.
Right, but if we go ahead and put them under contract, and then once the master plan is approved, the assumption is then that all of those programs then would get that same approval, instead of having to do it twice for everyone else. Just
Well,
go ahead. You see what I'm saying?
I get where you're coming from. I think my opinion is there's no rationale for Alice Norman to hold up on
Agreed.
on doing an extension now. So if we're looking out on the facilities master plan, and we pretty much have Alice Norman game planned out in terms of structure and what we want to have happen there.
Well, we don't know that yet, because one, the plan hasn't been approved, and two, the committee hasn't met yet. So we don't necessarily have that.
Well, I think we have a good
I think it's
idea.
good, yeah, I think it's a good assumption
idea.
that is the case.
So then basically what you're assuming is, even without the facilities master plan, if you approve the facilities master plan, you're saying that maybe in a year and a half, you will have to move.
No.
Well, that's kind of what you are saying if you
What I'm
if you
saying
say
is that
if
once
we're
a facility,
waiting.
once I'm saying is that once we've approved the facilities master plan, that as part of that approval, that extension then would go into effect for all of those programs and not just that one. Does that make sense?
But all the other
To me,
ones
that
are
makes it,
currently under
it,
contract.
that makes it cleaner. Because we're not singling out any individual programs, and again, it's not taking away anything from any particular program. All it is saying is that, hey, that since they're all on the same campus, we want to keep them all there, which I think it's pretty much agreed that is the case, is that extension then would come back to, once the plan is approved, which means that we've gone through the plan, we've worked through the plan, we've digested the plan, we've kind of identified some of where our priorities are, where some of the more pressing issues are, and from what we can tell right now, there aren't any real pressing issues at Alice Norman. Right? Chances of something catastrophic happening in the next several weeks, there's probably not going to be any real pressing issues that come up at Alice Norman.
Right.
So, but if we say that once this plan is approved, upon that approval, then we're extending that extension to all of those programs, because now they're all going to expire on the same date anyway. But once we approve the plan, that extension is going to be pushed out to whatever would you say, 2024?
6/30/24.
Yeah, 6/30/24.
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna stick with my motion and continue with that. If nobody seconds it, that's fine. That's okay by me, but I don't see any reason in holding off on it, and we can move the others out after that.
My only thing about holding off is for continuity and for sake of ease, because that way we can do two things at once versus have to come back and to readdress later. That's all. I mean, we essentially accomplished the same thing.
But by going forward now with their contract to 2024, all you're doing then later, once you do the plan, is extending the other programs, MOUs, until 2024. So you're taking care of one now because it's already out of date.
But here's the problem, and maybe you're not seeing this, is that all I'm saying is let's go through the entire facilities plan first to identify where all of our ducks are. Okay? Do our due diligence to make sure that we've identified where all of our ducks are lying. Okay? Making sure we have all of our priorities in order. And then once we've approved the plan, which is probably going to be in 6 weeks, 8 weeks anyway, then that extension is automatic. Then we can extend that courtesy to all of those programs to extend all of the programs at Alice Norman out until 2024. Because then we've gone through this document. We've identified everything that is needed at Alice Norman. We identified everything that's needed at Stonegate, everything that's needed at Bridgeway.
I understand what you're saying, and I get it. I just don't see any harm in doing it now. And that's my, that's just my I guess courtesy that I would say to the Children's Alliance.
Don't get me wrong. It's not that I'm opposed to it at all, because after the presentation that they put on tonight, you can't place a value on the services that they provide, not only to this district, but to this community.
Exactly.
You can't place a value on that. But I just want to make sure that we are doing everything responsibly on our end to make sure that we are making sure that all of our bases are covered for the entire community. Just like, to make sure that we're not overlooking something, because you guys may come up with something in the committee that that we may miss here in just discussing these schools here.
Yeah,
in the board meeting. Because hopefully the discussions that take place in the committee are much more thorough and much more robust. And if for something, all of a sudden, something were to happen and you guys came up with something, say, oh, wait a minute, well, this actually does need to be taken care of at Alice Norman now, but now we have a commitment that we may have come to 6 weeks earlier.
So just taping that hypothetical, to say that there is that commitment, then what you're effectively saying is that, okay, yeah, we can't commit to having you on that site.
No, it's not. That's not it at all.
Okay, then
I'm
I'm sorry that I'm not understanding why we couldn't do anything right now. Like I said, I'm leaving my motive.
Because we haven't done our due diligence.
Right.
I'm supportive of your comment, but I'm not sure if we're going to get the votes here tonight, but I'm absolutely supportive to get a second. And I'm having confusion over maybe semantics. Maybe you can help me. In terms of adopting a plan, this plan has been given to us. This is not what we're going through and looking at priorities, but this is not necessarily that we get this and say we have adopted this. We've already accepted it and taken it, and now the group is going through, and we're talking about what we're going to identify for our first pieces in terms of when there's money there and whatnot, correct?
So I think some of it is semantics. So as your superintendent, my suggestion is this, that this facilities master plan that has been created, that has been accepted by the board in December, is our living document. There's no changing it per se. You can't change what is from our surveys of our stakeholders, over hundreds and hundreds of responses from the architects that have combed through and created the priorities based on ADA compliance, based on an equitable look, because I know Chief Business Official Mount Benitez kept the lens of equity first and foremost in all of the guidance of this particular document. So whether there is some that is asking for the board to actually approve, and you can do that, okay? Our thinking was that in order to actually approve over a 100-page document for the 10-year plan, 15-year plan, the board needs to be able to discuss it. So that said, what I would say about Alice Norman Center is this: whether when the board gets to the point of after discussing every single school site, and you say, here are the priorities at every single school site that we feel are the top ones that need to be addressed first. That's what we would ask the board to approve, are the top priorities based on the recommendations as the facilities committee meets consistently for the next couple years. Mm-hmm. That said, we've just spoken about Alice Norman Center. From your discussions, nothing's going to change at the Alice Norman Center. One, that center is a preschool center. It has been configured into a preschool center. We cannot use Alice Norman Center as a temporary placement if we work on and construct on a school campus and make it a temporary placement for school while we're working on a campus. Alice Norman Center cannot be used for that. It's a preschool center. They have preschool toilets. They have preschool furniture. They have preschool settings on everything, right? So that said, Alice Norman is a little bit different in that you already know what it's for and you already know what it's about. You already know what it is comprised of. We have no intention of changing that. We would have no other place for our Head Start preschool classes. We would have no other place for the YOLO Children's Alliance services. But that said, there is no harm in either option that the board has discussed, whether you do it tonight or whether you do it after you review it. I think what I would hear in these discussions is that the YOLO County Children's Alliance is going to be investing money in making the move to Alice Norman Center. So for an organization, whether it's our district or any other organization, investing money to reconfigure their new home, their new setup, I think we just, for consistency, I would hear that we just want to make sure that if we're going to invest the money as an organization, that is going to be our home more than a year and a half. That would be the thing that I would hear on that. But in terms of Alice Norman Center, it can't be changed to anything else unless we completely redo the entire campus, of which that is not what the plan is intending. So I didn't help you with a decision because it's not mine to make. However, what I'm bringing to you is that there is no harm either way. And also to remind everybody that the Alice Norman Center is a preschool center, an early childhood education center that cannot be used for middle school kids or high school kids or temporary setting of construction of other grades outside of early childhood education.
With that, I'll make a second with direction that we would bring back others like Head Start to also give the extension.
Right. I mean, it's 601 half dozen of it. So.
All right. So explain your motion again. I'm sorry, I did.
Motion to extend, and I'll go to 6/30/2024 for the MOU of YCCA at Alice Norman.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second it.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No, because I believe in the consistency, although I love what Children's Alliance when we want you. It's not because of that. I just think for consistency that you mentioned, we should do it.
And Mine will be a no, just for that same reason, with reasonable assurances that it is going to get extended once we've gone through and kind of digested the rest of the plan. So just rest assured, it's gonna get done. Just unfortunately, with
I will bring all the programs back the same night as soon as.
Yeah, exactly. That to me, I think that makes
I'm
the
happy
most
to.
sound.
Really.
And unfortunately, Trustee Wong's not here to break the tie, so.
Then I'm gonna make a substitute motion that we adopt, or not a substitute motion. I'm gonna recommend that we adopt the as proposed language on there then, because they're gonna be without a contract.
Correct.
And I don't want them being without a contract.
No. So.
Because that's my main point is, we're addressing this tonight because they are out of contract. That is a big mistake for us.
Right.
So let's make sure that they do have a contract when they walk out the door tonight.
Right, and I agree completely with you on that, that they do need to have the contract, because at least with that, they have their assurances that, hey, they have that space until 6/30/2021. But then once we've gone through the plan, that all of those programs at Alice Norman's then will be extended to 6/24.
Okay, so then I'm gonna make the motion that we adopt the proposed language with direction to extend this contract early before, or how about upon completion of review of our facilities master plan.
I will second that motion.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right. So, once we've digested the facilities master plan, all of our programs that are currently being housed at Alice Norman will get the extension.
The facility meetings are 4 hours apiece now, you can see why.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. You know, you kind of.
Did we
You're asking a lot. You're asking a lot.
Trying to bring the laughter back. There we go.
All right. P2, approve the change for Washington Unified School District Food Services clearing account from West America Bank to First Northern Bank. You're up again.
Yes, that's why I didn't leave. So trustees, we're requesting the approval to transfer our clearing account, which is our cash in, cash out accounts for nutrition services, over to First Northern Bank, which is where all of our other clearing accounts are. We did keep the nutrition services separate because of the type of deposits we have to make. They're frequent, and we would have to courier them. We've resolved that problem with First Northern so that they can handle that, and the cost of service is actually considerably less, so there's a savings to the program. So we'd request to be able to move the accounts.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay. Moved by Trustee Alcala, second by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. P3, approval of the contracted services with IP Solutions Incorporated for the maintenance of WUSD's installed network systems.
So the rationale pretty much spells out what it is that we're looking for, and I see that Director Beza stayed this evening if you have any questions. But we're requesting the attached contract for the maintenance of our network systems. We don't currently have one, and so we would like to get this approved tonight in the event that anything would happen to our systems.
Okay. Do I have a motion? Vice President Posada motions. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. P4, purchase of replacement vehicles for the MOT department.
So this addresses additional purchases. These are made out of the facilities MOT budget, but you can see, I keep trying to push the life of our vehicles, and I've been told I've been pushing them too far, so that you see the replacement tonight is for 2 vehicles, one at 21 years of age and the other one at 25. And I'm being told that we just can't keep them going anymore, Chris, which showing all of the cost to keep them going and the safety issues, I have finally agreed to. So we are bringing it to the board tonight to replace 2 new vehicles, one to replace the 1994 Ford F-250 truck, and the other one to replace the 1995 350 Club wagon, which have long actually passed their end-of-life cycle. They will be replaced, we are asking, by a 2020 Ford F-250, so just the same make and model for the truck. And we're asking that the wagon be replaced by a 2020 Ford Escape.
I got a quick question, so, if that's all right.
No, yeah, I was.
Yeah, so I know the F-250 is replacing an old, high emissions vehicle. But it is kind of been the direction of the district to go with more lower emission alternatives and more energy efficient alternatives. I don't want to belay the process any more than it needs to be. But as far as I know, unless it's probably diesel, the clean diesel, is an F-250, is that a clean emitting vehicle?
So these both meet CAFE standards for the state of California. We actually delayed this a little bit because I insisted that they research liquid propane and alternative fuel options. And actually for White Fleet, there are none for school districts out there right now for maintenance and groundskeepers vehicles. So I actually did ask that we pursue that. Both Nate and Terry did research those options and did not come up with any. These are standard gasoline vehicles. They are not diesel. But they are up to current CAFE standards.
Doesn't the Escape or Ford Escape make a hybrid?
Yeah, they do.
They do, but you've also got to look at it for utility of what we're using it for. So the cost of maintenance of the hybrid and the incidence of repair and damage to some of our maintenance vehicles that we're driving, it's a little bit complicated on the.
You don't want to spend that much on a vehicle that's
I
going to get
refuse to be
battered around.
called cheap, but I try to be prudent. I'm into the renewables. I've been pushing as much clean vehicles as we can get, and so I did have them research it, and the cost benefit just isn't there with maintenance vehicles. I hate to say it, because I really wish that I could say that there was.
Okay.
I'm sure compared to what they are.
Yeah,
they're
no,
gonna
I
be
know
very
what
clean.
we're replacing, the footprint of
That's
what
true.
we have versus
That's true.
what we're replacing with it. I'm sure it's much better, but, okay. I'm good.
All right, any other questions?
Nope.
Okay.
I'll move.
So moved by Vice President Posadi. I have a second.
I'll second.
Seconded by Clerk Kirby Gonzalez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
All
Thank you
right.
for your
Thank you.
patience.
Okay, Board Governance, Q1. Approval of Board Policy and Administrative Regulations, 5148.2, before and after school programs.
Thank you, President Jackson and Board of Trustees. This evening is a second read of Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 5148.2 in regards to before and after school programs. Particularly, this administrative regulation and policy addresses the governing rules from Education Code and the California Department of Education of how a school district implements the after-school program, the after-school education and safety program. In the inception of this particular program, if you recall years ago, this particular after-school program was given to school districts who qualified under specific funding based on student needs. Currently, though the program is much more locally controlled in terms of how this program is implemented, the students who generate the dollars are still the same as the inception of this actual grant. So the students who generate the dollars in the inception of the grant was to provide them access to after-school care because of their need. So now, this particular grant has been grandfathered into our district. Should we have to apply for this grant in today's requirements, we would not be qualified. So we are grateful that we still have this grant because we are grandfathered from years ago of the students who qualified according to the grant. So the board policy subcommittee had looked at this particular policy. The reason why this policy and regulation has been brought up is because of the focus on the district in regards to equitable access. We know that the students who generate the dollars of this particular grant, we know they are not fully accessible into this ACES program. So the question we have had to answer is, what is our obligation to the students who generate these dollars each year under these identified requirements if they are not able to access the program for which they are generating the dollars to? How do we answer that question? So we looked at the priorities and the language and worked with the CDE, California Department of Education, on this. At the same time, it allowed us to review the policy and get up to speed on really what kind of program we have. So if you look at the red lettering of this second read of our program, the changes that are different from the first read begin on page 7 in terms of the admissions to the ACES program. So under the admissions of the ACES program, letter B, enrollment opportunities shall be first given to students who reside within the Washington Unified School District boundaries. That was discussed with the board policy subcommittee. It was also discussed with administration of who is really in our ACES program. Admission C is that an application to enroll shall be filled out each academic year to apply to the ACES program to determine eligibility. We cannot omit that. That is not a local decision. That is actually a requirement of the grant that we have not had in our past practice. We don't really have a choice in that. So the new change...
So we're out of compliance with...
It's not that we've been out of compliance, because it's much more locally controlled driven.
Mm-hmm.
However, when we reviewed it and the CDE came to review it with us, they brought that to our attention and said, yeah, you need to have everybody apply each year, because that's what the grant calls for.
Okay.
So we don't have a choice on that. So starting for the 2020-2021 school district, all families who wish to participate in the ACES program will need to put in an application each year. We are going to start that 2020-2021 school year process on January 25th, because January 25th is our open enrollment Saturday, which we do annually, and which our kindergarten and our transitional kindergarten families come to enroll into our school district, and our preschool families as well. You'll also notice on page 7 that the word foster youth was added, even though it is part of the education code and the language. We just want to make sure that it's clear that the number one priority for the ACES program goes to homeless students and to foster youth. So I want to assure the board that our staff reviews students who newly enroll into our district, and we comb this on a consistent basis between our technology department, between our educational services department, to ensure that any new families that enroll that are under the guise of homelessness or foster youth, that we are looking at that on a consistent basis regularly. On page 8 is where the board discussed the different priorities. So the first priority, again, goes to the homeless and foster youth. The second priority is not also our decision. This is a decision that is a requirement of the grant that all students who are in middle grades, grades 6 through 8, have second priority into the ACES program. That is a requirement of the grant. Now the caveat on that with the ACES program that we are going to be much more monitoring is that to be a participant in the ACES program, it is a 3-hour program because there are 3 components that are required of the ACES program. So in order for us to truly get our funding in this grant, the CDE receives our monthly attendance to ensure that students are actually full-time on a daily basis in this ACES program. We get warnings when we have families who are taking spots that are not attending daily as required by the grant. So the second priority goes to grades 6 through 8. Priorities 3 through 7 then are what have been added into the language based on the discussions of the subcommittee of the policies and regulations and also our last Board of Education discussion. Third priority shall be given to students identified in need of supplemental or concentration support by LCFF. And that is actually the original intent of the grant. And so that has now become a third priority under this suggested language from board discussion. Fourth priorities reads shall be given to siblings of students in grades 6 through 8. So you see that the second priority is given in this grant through the CDE regulations that it's grades 6 through 8. So we want to make sure that the siblings of the students who qualify under that also have a priority to keep the families together. It says fifth priority for enrollment shall be given to students identified in need of academic remediation or support at the discretion of the principal or designee according to policy and regulation, which has to do also with a board policy in the 6,000s, which goes to student instruction and student instructional support. Priority 6, any remaining capacity shall be filled by students selected at random. This is when the lottery begins, is after these priorities have been taken into effect into the slots that are allocated to each site with the ACES program. Any positions still open in that school's program will go into a random selection. We do have waiting lists. So at Westmar Oaks, because the Champions program had such a small amount of students, they only had 4 students, they will be closing at the end of February because they're not able to maintain, but by their contract that was agreed upon in our district that they had to have a minimum amount of students in order to maintain their program. That's not Champions. That's also YMCA. That's any entity that is providing daycare. They have to have a minimum. So because Westmar Oaks also has ACES openings, the 4 families are able to go into the ACES program because there's no waiting list. The same is at Riverbank. We're able to put the 9 students that are in Champions, that Champions can no longer continue to fund. We're able to put them into the ACES program because of the space. Now, Elkhorn School is not in the same situation. Their ACES waiting list is very long. If there have been families that have been on this waiting list for the ACES program for years because we have not made families reapply each year to ensure the equitable access. So that's why this policy has been reviewed under the guise of equitable access for the students who generate these dollars. And in addition, we're trying to also meet the need of after-school care for our families. That was a goal of our board starting last spring. And that's why we invited the outside entities to come to our schools and to provide opportunities for after-school care. The difference is that those are private organizations, those are private businesses. And so the private businesses have their requirements as well. So what we're working on is first to take care of the ACES program. That is our district's program. That is what we are responsible for. So we want to first make sure we have the right access into these programs. Secondly, I know it will change for next school year. When students who generate these dollars and students who need the equitable access for the ACES program are put into the program, it will provide more families needing after-school care either by YMCA or by Champions, thus making more families to be able to make their minimum that is needed in these private businesses.
Questions?
I do have a question, of course. So we started this journey probably of after-school care about, 4 years ago now? And when I remember kind of looking into this issue, Bridgeway Island only had 30 slots that the YMCA had. Now they have 120. So it is a journey. It's truly a journey. But with the ACES program, we now have Champions as a secondary or a supplemental filler there. From what I heard the parents say is they're very concerned about the potential that at the end of the year, it will go away. Mm-hmm. But the way I'm seeing this is kind of a rotational sort of system in terms of the kids that generate the dollars for the grant to be at, Elkhorn. Because of now there's a priority list established, which apparently it sounds like we weren't too compliant with the grant, if what you're talking about past practice. So if we're now setting up these policies so that we are in compliance with the grant, that the children that are generating the dollars for the grant actually get prioritization in the ACES program, that means there's a whole bunch of dominoes that are going to, matriculate down to the Champions program, where the kids that now, who were in the ACES program before, who may actually be able to afford the Champions option, may now be forced into utilizing the Champions option. Is that what I'm hearing?
It could be. That is a very logical sequence of how this will probably roll out.
Okay.
So when we go into the open application and open enrollment on January 25th,
right,
I believe families have a certain window to turn in their application. So we will make sure that it's not going to be just the ACES families. It's going to be every single student in the district, K-8,
right,
who will have an application, and if they choose to put in their application, they can. But it's to every student in the K-8 schools that have ACES. So that said, when those applications are received, then we go through the priority list, starting with our homeless foster youth and making sure that they are placed first in the ACES program. Secondly, we will look at the number of students in grades 6 through 8, understanding that their commitment has to be daily. It cannot be 3 days a week. There's no choices in any of that. It's a daily attendance to the program. And we know that that's hard. To have middle school kids coming every single day for 3 hours after school.
It's a commitment.
Yeah, it's a huge commitment. So once we go through these priorities, then we'll have an understanding of how many slots we have, how many students and families really are wanting the ACES program. Here we have slots in schools, and they're not all filled, like at Westmore Oaks. Mm-hmm. So that's why there's no need for champions there, right, because we can't even fill all of our slots at Westmore Oaks. We have thought about other creative ideas of when there's openings in ACES that can we provide transportation. But, that's a hardship on families also.
Sure.
If you transport them to another school, they have to go pick them up at another school. The kids don't know those families. They don't have their friends there. So it's a whole different, environment in that. So we're doing the most creative and the most equitable manner of providing after-school care as possible. The priority is the ACES grant because that is actually what Washington Unified is actually responsible for. The after-school care, it was a board priority, and we are committed to implementing the best possible options. It is not our program. YMCA is not our program, it is YMCA. Champions is not our program, it is Champions. Those are private entities that use our facilities to provide services.
Right. So let me get this straight. So, and I'm trying to run through the timeline in my head. It's January 25th
Yes.
is when we do the enrollment. So everybody in the world is going to sign up for ACES.
They have an
Then-
option to, yes.
Right. Okay. So everybody in the world is going to sign up for ACES because it's free, right? So we understand that is the option. Then how long until we have an understanding of who will qualify for ACES and the lottery will be selected?
We are shooting for the end of February, the very, very end of February, to have the whole placement done
Okay.
of those who put in applications. By the 1st of March, we want our families to know.
Okay.
I think they need to know. At the same time, and maybe I shouldn't mention this, but we are putting our time and efforts into working with the California Department of Education to look at a blended program
Okay.
for ACES, where those who qualify, and then perhaps there's a pay-for-fee service for ACES as
Sure.
well. But we have to work with the CDE on that because there
sure.
are regulations that go with that, and we would have to revise our plan. And so we will definitely need guidance from the CDE for that.
Okay. And then I guess finally, so basically what we're asking of our families is to hang tight until March 1st. But it's our best guess and our estimate that there'll be more than 20 kids to go to Champions to sustain a class for the entire year.
I think that what we will find is that there will be families who will be in need of childcare.
Right.
After school, and Champions is an option in which you don't have to do daily, of which you could do
Right.
morning. Some do morning, some do afternoon, but there's much more flexibility with those private organizations.
And this is just an aside, a piece of information that I found out from the YMCA, is that during the summer camp and during the winter camp and the spring camps that they have, you don't have to be in a YMCA after-school care program to pay for and go to one of those camps that are on our campuses.
Correct.
Just
It's
to put
open
it
to
out there for
anybody.
anybody who
Yeah,
wants
it's
to know.
open to anybody, yeah.
Right, it is open to anybody. So that's all I got.
And we also, on the side there, on a side note, we do have that we are bringing back to the board, we committed to a mid-year review of after-school programs. So, because this is new for us. This is new in expanding to all of our schools. This is new in really reviewing the implementation of this particular program. And it's the right thing to do.
Right.
It's the right thing to do, but we also need to support what we've started in our commitment that after-school care is a priority in our district.
Absolutely.
Trustee Alcala?
Thank you. So Linda, when will that first notice be going out to all the schools? for application? Is that going to be on the
Oh,
13th?
every student will actually walk away with all families will have hard copies, and then we will notify that the hard copy went home. We will have things in the office. People can pick them up at the ACES program itself, but we will send hard copies home so that parents have a hard copy application.
So what day will that be? So those people,
It'll be on, well, we can give it on the 24th, but because we'll start accepting the applications come the 25th, which is that Saturday of kinder, transitional kinder, preschool enrollment.
Okay.
Champions and YMCA are, they should be there. That would be my suggestion.
that's good. Thank you.
And this is Rahale Atabaki.
They know. But I just wanted to add that the students who are in the ACES program have been notified that it's January 25th already. So we are going to do also follow it up by a mass email to all parents that it would be.
And hard copy, you said also. Okay, that's good. That's what my concern was, that we may have people who maybe should be in the program and aren't aware. Okay.
Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
The clerk might be, you don't have to say clerk if it's throwing the Kirby.
I hadn't thought about that
So
part.
yo, Sarah.
Thank you for this. I appreciate going through this again and these conversations. And I think tonight, and thank you, Lisa and Dante, for staying, and how hearing the term Tiger Moms and listening to everyone come out with their passion. And that was really, it was powerful. So thank you for that. And when we talked about the after school, I'll just say that point with this because they do go together. And it is new for us. And we had talked a lot about we need after school programs for a very long time because we did. And kids were being off, being picked up, and, different organizations were picking them up. And it was just a huge challenge that our district needed to meet. And it was such an unknown because we said, oh, well, we're going to fill up every school when we bring these on. And it was a big priority of the board when they first came to us and said, here are the schools that we think have the highest need. And the comments were made, and I think Vice President Pizzotti said this a lot too, is, well, we need to look at Westfield, Elkhorn, Riverbank. And I think you told them to flyer the backpacks like every day. And so it was surprising when then the numbers were not necessarily there. And then over here at this school, we have 100 kids show up, but they find out a week before. And so it's been a learning process in that. I do have a question that goes with the champions piece. And do our vendors, and I know we're going to be reviewing them mid-year, but did we know that this call was going to come? Did the school district know that families would be notified that they'd be closing that month before they were notified? Do you know?
What we know is that the contract that Champions and YMCA have with us is that they have a minimum requirement.
Sure.
We have known this whole year since the first day of school, we have known the concern that Champions has had, that they have not had enough students. So we have waited. We have, I know that even Elkhorn was told early on in the school year that of the concern. And we said, please keep it open longer. Let's try to see if we can get more families. It has not grown to the capacity in the business sense for Champions to keep it open. They have a minimum that they need in order to do business. And that's the same for YMCA as well. I thank you for saying those comments, Trustee Clerk Kirby Gonzalez, in that this is new to offer after-school care to Westmore Oaks, to Riverbank, to Westfield, to Elkhorn. This is the first time that we've done that outside of ACES. And, we did it in the intention of, we know that people need care. Also, at the same time, these, the businesses that we partner with, they do have minimums. And that has been the difficult part of how do we get more families into the pay-for-fee service if they don't need it every day or if they need it every day. I think that in this ACES process, we will find that there will be more families who are going to need after-school care. And if I'm hearing correctly, the concerns that we've received is that they just need options. They need options, and they need the commitment that there will be an option. And we are committed to have an option. We don't provide that, but we are committed to ensuring that we have a provider to provide that option. And we will do everything we can to help families get into those programs. They have even offered scholarships, and our families still are not taking advantage of the scholarships that Champions is offering. So this is new for us, but I think next year it will look completely different as well.
I have one more comment and then a suggestion. I really appreciate the board subcommittee. That would be President Jackson, what's happened? Trustee Now Wong. I'm getting everybody mixed up with our new transition of our board. And I appreciate you going through this. And then we brought this here, and the idea, the intention of going through ACES was equity. That word we heard so much tonight. And how do we make sure, we couldn't put an income requirement on it, so how could we make sure that students and families who need this the most are accessing it? So I really appreciate doing that here. And then I just want to point out, because I think it was brought up in an early comment, there is a place in the ACES grant where it says at the discretion of principal or designee. So those who know the highest need, if there's a child that comes in, there's that leeway there, which I really appreciate. And then my ask would be that when the notifications go out in March, so when everyone knows who's in ACES, because we know that this is a unique challenge to Elkhorn in a way that is not at other schools currently, is that they are met with. The parent group, there's a fabulous advocate group there, as you can see, who want to help partner and solve. So I don't know whether it is a principal coffee or what it might be, but my ask would be that in March, that conversation then happens to start talking about problem solving and getting people ready and helping with that anxiety, because, we are working parents, we know it, working mom, I get it. And so I think that would help, knowing that there will be this meeting coming up, will help alleviate some of that worry.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, and we can certainly do that, and especially bringing the families together, because then they'll know from each other, we all have the same needs, so let's do this, so.
Yeah, okay. Before we move on, we are rapidly approaching the witching hour.
I'll make a motion to extend beyond 10 o'clock.
Okay, we have a motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Vice President Posadi moves. Trustee Alcala seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Well, my question, I'll start here, in that my concern is that I know that this issue in particular in dealing with Elkhorn came up earlier in this school year. And I guess I'm kind of confused because it's when Clerk Cooper Gonzalez asked if the call was anticipated or not, that contradicts the video that President Wong put out at the beginning of the school year, when the concerns initially arose about the program's closing. And just to be sure, I went back and I watched it, and her exact words were, "Rest assured, the program is not closing." But then here we are 4 months later, and having parents receiving phone calls saying that now that their program is closing, after they were assured by the district that that was not the case.
And also by Champions, because a letter went to the parents of Champions in October that the program is not closing. So understandably, we can understand why our parents are upset. We can understand why our parents are concerned that at the end of February, they would have to actually find daycare. And how that would happen, I have no idea how that would happen, especially if that is not their neighborhood. So we understand that, which is why when we heard that the 5 families were notified yesterday, that's how we have come to an amicable solution, a short-term solution for the end of the year to keep champions on that campus. And so the school district has that plan in place, and we will be making sure that champions does stay, and also at the same time helping students who have not had access to after-school care.
Right, but as someone who because I went through this literally exact situation last year, where my wife and we had, turns out that our nanny got pregnant and was having a baby, so she left, brought somebody on from maternity leave, trained her just before Christmas, came back, she worked for us for 3 weeks, and all of a sudden she up and said, oh, I took another job someplace else. And here we are, we're both in our busiest times of the year. My wife's in the middle of her tennis season, I'm in the middle of my track season, not to mention all my schoolwork responsibilities, not to mention my work stuff, and now we don't have childcare. So what the heck are we gonna do? And unless you've been in that situation, I don't think you can understand the amount of angst and frustration and anxiety and stress that immediately thrusts upon a family. You know, and so for us, luckily, we were able to make things work just sheer out of the fact that our schedules allowed us to be able to put some things in motion. And then unfortunately, we're able to get 2 of our children into something at their school. And then all of a sudden, my 4-year-old at the time, all of a sudden became a middle school student for half the day, 3 days out of the week. You know, but that was what we had to do. But the amount of stress that it put our family through is unimaginable. And then I would not, and I be honest with you, out of all the things that you go through as a parent, probably the most stressful things and one of the most anxiety-ridden things is trying to figure out who are you going to put the care of your most precious, valuable possession into. Because not just anyone can take care of your child. And so for us, that was a very, very demanding time. But we got through it. And I know and I know for a fact that if we had either one of us had any other type of a different job, we just would have been up dry. So I can totally understand where these parents are coming from, and I don't blame them for being gun shy when we say, well, you know, don't worry, everything will be fine come next year. Well, you know what? Give me once, okay. Give me twice, yeah, nah. You know, so the question then is, what, if anything, at this point, which is early, I understand, it just happened, this all just went down yesterday, do we have any sort of contingency plan or anything in the works of, hey, well, you know what, in case this if this happens again next year, in case for some reason, even with the different priorities, that at Elkhorn in particular, there still isn't enough kids to fully staff the Champions program. Because my understanding was that there was no early out for Champions on this year, but yet it still come to find out that there was. And that's another frustration for me, because after we went through this in the fall, and we told them, rest assured, that this program is not closing, and then all of a sudden they turn around and tell us that they're closing. Well, wait a minute, that's not what we were told months ago.
I cannot stand here in front of the board or in front of any parents or on YouTube to promise that Champions will be the after-school care provider at Elkhorn School next year. I cannot stand here and promise that. I can't stand here to promise that because I do not know that there will be 20 or more parents needing after-school care that is paid for fee service. We won't know that until we place our ACES program, which is our responsibility. We will we have to come up with different options then. We do not provide childcare. That's why we have these contracts with private organizations who provide childcare services. If the board chooses to move in another direction, that has to be allocated then in a different way. And, that would have to be a different discussion. Because where we put money into one area, it has to leave another area. So that's why we hired or contracted with these outside providers, so that it would not bear on the K-12 instructional program of which we receive our LCFF funding for. So that said, we will know more the 1st of March. We definitely will know more, but I can't stand here and make a promise without all of those pieces in place first. What I can say is that we will have an outside provider, but we can bring those outside providers and negotiate that contract to say you're not going to close, period, no matter how many kids are in there. I don't know what business would do that. But it's possible to negotiate that. It's also possible, what we're looking into is having a blended program in our ACES, where some of it could be pay for fee service. That's a whole different ballgame. And if that were the case, maybe we don't need champions. But that's for the CDE to really help us to implement and to look at, because we've never had that in place here. So that would be brand new.
Okay. And going back to, as I go back through the priorities, enrollment of opportunities shall be given first to students who reside in our boundaries. Do we know off chance by how many kids that are currently in the ACES program? And if you don't know, that's perfectly fine. At Elkhorn that reside outside of our area?
I don't have that on me right now, but we can certainly send that to the board.
Yeah, I would just be curious. Would be curious to
yeah.
know how many kids there are currently in ACES particularly at Elkhorn.
We could do that for
like
all
how
of
many
our
are in the
schools.
dual immersion
For
program
all
from
of our
outside
schools.
the district
That are in
residing,
ACES, that are currently in the ACES program there.
It could also be.
Yeah, but that come from Elk Grove or what have you.
Whatever. Yeah.
It could not. It could also be other entities where it's just not dual immersion program.
Right.
We have staff with their children in there as well, and not all staff live in West Sacramento in our boundaries. So we definitely have that. For all of our ACES schools, so we can certainly send that to the board.
Well, I think that would be kind of a good place to start, because then that way, if we know offhand that, right now there's 15 kids that reside outside of our boundaries that are currently in that program. And that's an automatic. That if those kids are still at that school next year, those will be kids who won't qualify under this first priority. You know what I mean?
But they certainly would be able to create that one, the minimum.
Correct.
Whatever
For
the minimum
champions,
is for
Correct.
champions.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Correct.
absolutely.
That'd be one good way to kind of get a ballpark of kind of where we currently stand with that. Other question too, because I thought we had talked about this language in that with the priority given to foster youth and siblings of children in foster. I thought we had addressed, and maybe we did or maybe we didn't, about there being some sort of a clarification for that, because, for example, if I thought that we had discussed some sort of inequity in terms of if Kobe and I are foster parents and Sarah's our foster child, but Norma's our biological child, and Sarah gets into ACES, doesn't necessarily automatically pull her in, even though she's not generating funds, but she's getting pulled in because she's a sibling of a foster youth.
So I'm hearing from our coordinator that it does because it's a foster family.
And we cannot separate families, so we can't expect a parent to come pick one
child up and leave the other one. So if a sibling is in, whether they're in foster care or if they're in 6-8, the sibling gets in. It's in.
But we can add that language if it just clarifies it a little bit more. Under priority 1, priority enrollment shall be given to students who are identified as homeless or foster youth, which includes siblings of the foster home. We could do that and add that language.
Wow.
But it is covered. It is under the guidelines.
That's not why I was asking. I was asking because to me, it seems like it's a little bit unfair, more or less, because like I know there's one family in my neighborhood in particular who have 4 or 5 foster children in addition to their biological children. You know, then all of a sudden you could have one family that's taken up 6 spots.
Yeah.
Yes. That the first priority there is not locally.
Right.
It's not locally driven or allowed to be changed. That is the number one priority of the ACES grant.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So do you want us, I mean, we can clarify that more, but the guidelines cover that.
Well, I think, it might be good to have that language in there for clarification, because that way, if parents know that, well, this kid got in, but how come this kid got in? Well, it's because, you know, that's little Johnny's brother who happens to be in the 3rd grade and he's in the 6th grade type of a scenario. So it might be worth putting that in just for clarification purposes.
I was just gonna say, maybe we should, when we send out a notice, once we adopt this, what the priority list is.
We in our last communication, we put the priorities that the board would be approving tonight.
Okay.
And so
Well,
they have all seen it.
Maybe resend it once it's finalized.
Absolutely.
So that they all know.
Absolutely. Yeah, we will resend all of it that is approved this evening. We've had it translated as well.
Okay. And then also, working with 7th and 8th graders, I know for a fact, you can give it to them on Friday, it's gonna be lost by Saturday. Will we have copies of the applications on hand on the 25th, so that when parents come to fill out, if they, for some reason?
We're going to have them in the office. Every secretary, they're going to have a stack for all parents.
Okay, and so if.
But on the 25th, anybody who comes will have that application.
Okay, perfect. Okay, that's what I'm glad to hear that, because like I said, I've seen it too often. You send it home and then all of a sudden it makes its way to the bottom of the backpack and it never comes out.
For a couple of weeks, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, any other questions? Okay. So do I have a motion to approve the board policy and administrative regulations for our before and after school programs?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, so moved by trustee Alcala, seconded by clerk Kirby Gonzalez. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, motion passes. Okay. Last up, board and superintendent comments. Trustee Alcala.
Very short. I will be attending the facilities meeting with trustee Pizzotti on January 14th from 4 until 8 o'clock. And I believe that's all.
Okay. Clerk Kirby Gonzalez.
Okay, I mentioned this in the past, and that was that you can see the crosswalk going in, which is exciting by Bridgeway Island. And I bring that up because in our facility plan, as the facility crew works through that, some of the things you talk about working with the city on a crosswalk, and it definitely makes things safer for our kids 100%. And so I hope that more of those conversations and partnerships can happen, and I'm excited to see it happening there. And it's good to be back. My daughter was excited to be back, and it's good to see all of our students, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow visiting Elkhorn. And, I have one thing, and then I'll end, and that is that the California Exemplary Arts Education Award I did not know about this board in the past, and I thought for our VAPA committee, they could look at this, so I can hand this over just for our VAPA committee to look at as they meet and look through what our plan is, and maybe think about some of aligning it to some of this. One of the pieces says that schools must offer instruction to all students in a minimum of 3 of the 5 art disciplines identified. So dance, media arts, music, theater, and visual arts. Okay, I'll share this with superintendent later.
Vice President Pizzani?
Yeah, so let's see. Saturday, I'll be attending the, what is it, the King's Floor?
Yeah.
At the rec center? Yeah, so I'll be attending that. As Trustee Alcala said, we'll be having our committee, the Facilities Committee on the 14th. That's with Chris. And the 16th is our chamber dinner. I hope all of us can make it. My wife and I will definitely be there. So it'd be nice to see all of us in our finest garb, and yeah.
It's about as good as it gets.
Hey, you're pretty sharp. Finally, I just wanted to say that I was at the Bridgeway Island PTO meeting last night as a parent. And kind of got fish hooked into being a board member. As well, I'll explain how that happened. So they've done very well this year in terms of raising money, and they were looking to purchase another Chrome cart for the school. But then it was stated that the school already has 1,000 Chromebooks. And, well, one of the teachers was actually there and made the comment, if there's 1,000 Chromebooks here, I don't know where they are. So that got because the teacher was saying, I don't have Chromebooks in my classroom for every student. I have to share, I have to maneuver, and we're not truly on a one-to-one, even though there's, there's 1,000 students, there's about 1,000 Chromebooks. So that got us talking, and so that's when I kind of got fish hooked into being a board member, and they started asking me, do we know how many actual Chromebooks we have at the school? And I'm saying, I'm sure we probably do. All you have to do is go around to each room and count. You may have the licenses for each one of them, you may have all the numbers, but are they actually physically there?
Yes.
Okay. If there's a way to confirm that and let them know if they're all in good repair, if we're in a process of recycling, because they didn't want to purchase a new Chrome cart if it's not necessary. So if there's already that many at the site, then maybe it's not necessary that we buy Chrome carts. Maybe we buy iPads for Kinder or something that's a tablet-based model, if that's the direction we're going, whatever it is. But they're looking to make a donation. I want to find a way to accept it. So anyway, and I also want to make sure that what we're telling, what our teachers are telling them is coordinating with what's actually.
It's really frustrating, actually.
Yeah, that's you, Chris. Yeah. So anyway, we're getting conflicting information from people at the site. So I just wanted to make sure that I got it on record as saying, that while some people think that there may not be 1,000, if we say that we have 1,000 as a district, then let's show that by doing a physical audit and showing how many we actually have, right? And especially since the PTO has already purchased 64 Chromebooks or 2 Chrome carts, then they want to know and make sure that those Chrome carts are actually those Chromebooks are actually at the facility. So they haven't been cycled out or what have you. So that's just, I'm relaying the message.
All right, I'll keep mine short and sweet. Actually, I was going to forego it, but then you just triggered a thought, is that I do, as we were shopping for Chromebooks for our daughters over Christmas, and then their teacher gave us the hookup for the ones that they actually use in class, which, by the way, that's not a hookup at all. I found one better for less. She did say that the books that they have in their classroom are old and kind of on their way out, so that may be part of the issue as well, too. So
Some are touchscreen, some are not.
yeah. Some are touchscreen, some are not. So that could be part, but which, by the way, my in-laws were absolutely flabbergasted when I told them that we were buying our kids Chromebooks for school, because in Florida, they automatically they give them to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're given their computers. So, welcome to California. And with that, I will actually forego the rest of my comments because even though I still have quite a few notes left over from CSBA that I wanted to talk about, but in the sake of time and everyone getting out of here, because I know Superintendent Luna's not feeling well. I'm not feeling all that my best, and just then to get out of here. So, Superintendent Luna, you're up.
Thank you, President Jackson. I'll just make mine very brief because I would be remiss if I didn't mention these things. There are 2 pieces since we've been back from winter break that just really warms my heart about our district. We are seeing some real transformation and the fruits of labor over these years. The Professional Learning Day from this past Tuesday, I used to be in charge of professional learning, called it staff development in those years. I have never seen anything so exemplary as I did on Tuesday. I went through 6 different workshops, and the quality of our teachers is phenomenal. The teachers didn't even have the confidence to feel that they were even worthy to give that staff development. It was beyond words. True transformation. We used to hire people. People used to hire their friends, and people used to hire other educators to come in and do the work that we are now doing. And I'm proud of our teachers. I'm proud of our administration. It was phenomenal on Tuesday. The second thing about transformation is what you saw tonight from Westfield. In 2015, when I first came, I'll never forget, in October, I'd just been here a few months when we had parents come in, 10 parents come in to storm the board to make comments that you better make some changes. And we have made changes. And it's an incredible, incredible school. If you look at the SBAC progress of Westfield, you will see that overall as a school, they have made gains on a consistent basis, because they're working hard and they are very focused, and you can see the beauty of their family. They love it there. That is the school to be at. The unique program I wanted to bring to your attention of the Interact class is the unique pilot with a nonprofit organization, the Green Go Project, of which they're providing these services for free to give guidance and curriculum to this trauma-informed type of class that keeps our kids into resiliency and into making better choices in their life. It's amazing. We are taking data on that, of what she shared tonight, and in the hopes that this organization, who has gone out to get more grant money to come into Washington Unified to extend it to another school next year, has us on their radar. But you see the fruits of what's going on at Westfield. Those are the 2 pieces of transformation. You're right, President Jackson. I don't know how to get the word out even more about the incredible things that are happening in Washington Unified. But we are comparable. We are competitive to our neighbors of what we're doing and what we're achieving. So those would be my remarks for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn?
Well, if there's nothing else for the good of the order, a motion to adjourn.
Actually, we do need to talk
Just
about.
to
Oh,
talk about
future
agenda
future board
items.
agenda items, my bad.
Just go through
Anything?
them real quick.
Nothing? Nothing?
Nope, I'm good.
Actually, I do have one thing that would just be, would be status updates on some of the programs things we had discussed before, particularly where things are with the winds, how's that progressing? And I know there was something else, and I forgetting right now, but I'm sure I'll come up with it. So that'd be about the only thing I have. All right.
Oh, maybe I just want to mention something, maybe not on the agenda. I know.
I know, it's
No,
my
real
fault.
quick. I saw in the news last night that Sacramento, I guess, was having some sort of drills with police officers going to schools, and doing these emergency situations. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah, I think I did, yeah.
It's just something that we may think about
Right, is that
doing
the
here.
ones where they're basically doing their like their
Police officers.
police officers coming in and doing like their emergency drills, but having students just like that as part of it?
Yeah, and I thought that was a pretty good thing to do.
Yeah.
We tried out our high school because it's so huge.
Yeah, that is a big campus. Yeah. All right. Anything else?
No, now I move to adjourn.
Have a motion to adjourn. Have a second.
I'll second.
Second clerk, Kirby Gonzalez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting is adjourned.